this out. We started working on this offline last night because building out the caves is always a bit of a pain in the ass. Part of this map, there are going to be a couple of things that are problematic. So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to do these scrap metal piles and how we're going to do these trenches. Now, for the trenches, I think I've figured out what I'm going to do. The scrap metal heaps, we might get creative and see what... I have an idea. We're going to see what it looks like. I'm not 100% sold on this idea, but we'll see how it turns out. I'm a little disappointed today. We were supposed to get a new webcam by 8 a.m. But I guess Prime Day is really throwing a wrench in the works. Everybody's home. They're ordering shit. They see shit. They're like, yay, there's shit I want. And so I get this message, and it's delayed and all this kind of stuff. So we're still waiting to see if we actually get that, or, you know, if we're screwed. So we'll see. Supposedly it's supposed to be here at the latest at 1 p.m. I'm probably going to turn on... I'm going to turn on my front camera so I can see if something gets delivered so it doesn't get scarfed up. I mean, technically it's always on, but I'm going to make sure that, you know, I can see. Where did that pen go? What did I do? I misplaced my tablet pen. Where did I put it? Oops. Let me take a look. Watch out, guys. I don't want to kill you or anything. It's not there. Fell on the floor. Alright. That would suck. We wouldn't be able to do anything on the tablet. And for what I'm going to do, we don't want to be doing it without that. Oh, what the hell is this thing doing? Alright. What's new with the Wise app? I love my Wise cam, but you know, it's nice and cheap, easy to put up. If I say easy to put up, I mean I had to go in the attic. Whenever I do something like that, I'll do more than like a basic install. Basic install probably would have run it to the light out front, put on a socket, run the cable over, plugged it in. I did that for somebody that wanted one, but what I ended up doing is putting a power over Ethernet adapter in the attic, and that allows me to run Ethernet cable up to like 300 feet, and I've got like 8 outlets up there that I can run PoE from if I want to run more cameras or do anything like that. So I did it that way. I still plan to put some extra cameras out doing the same thing. I really want to put one in the... Well, I don't really let the dogs out in the dog run anymore. I was really worried about that when we used to let them run in that side because you couldn't see what was going on in the side yard, because you always have coyotes, bobcats, stuff like that around here. You don't want them jumping over and eating the dogs. But let's go ahead and make sure... You know what? I did this again. I am infamous for not doing the light correction on the Kaio. Why I'm strongly thinking about when I get the new webcam, if it works better than the Kaio does as far as clarity with the light and all, using that and hoping the settings remain static after I set them. I don't have to fix them every time I go in. But so right now we'll show what we have. I think we might see some things look kind of blurry here, and we'll show you what's going on there. They've added some really nice stuff to Dungeon Draft. They added a text tool. Which, I mean, a lot of this stuff, this is the DM map, so it has notations on it. I usually like to trace off of those so I can see what's in each room. I was thinking about putting text around the outside, but that's not going to really take care of like zones like this. Now they're going to be, and let's take a look. This is what the map actually looks like right now. All right, without the trace image on it. So I spent time last night doing the zones just because when I'm using this cave cutting tool, it tends to misbehave as everything shifts. So I wanted to make sure that everything got done without an issue. And today we're going to start putting in where it says trenches. Like I said, we're going to have a little bit of work figuring out what we're going to do to get all of this other stuff in here to work properly. But I think I figured out what we'll do for the trenches. We're going to use the cliff tool for this, and then we'll probably fill the trench in as a different color so that it differentiates. We need to use the text tool to put this stuff in on the outside so people know where the entrance and exit is to each level. And if you look here, I'm not that worried about it being big and bold. The DM will be able to see it. But we need to get minor notations in and then start putting, I believe these are forges. We don't have forges that look just like that, but we do have forges, and it looks like that shouldn't be there. Take a look. So let's just pop that there. And this whole thing's going to take a second to pop. Kind of annoying. Let's hope it doesn't crash it. There's always something that becomes the straw that breaks the camel's back. There we go, it's gone. Get out of that cave tool. Actually, you know what? Let's make sure there aren't any little pockets like that that we left by accident. We'll look at each room. I think we'll do the easy parts first. And then we're going to have to figure out how we're going to do these piles of scrap metal. Because I don't really have anything. I guess we could, for something like this, we could always, I don't know, maybe use some of the colorable assets if we have wood that's colorable or something, and kind of pile that and overlap it and see how it looks. But that's going to be one of those, we're going to put stuff in, pull stuff out, and see what looks the nicest. But these rooms where it's the scrap metal heaps, they're going to be the last parts of this that we do. This was, when I looked at it, this isn't even, I'm not even prepping for my campaign. If you watch me building maps, my campaign prep is a little bit different. I put it into sections because of the 8,192 pixel limitation that you have on Wonder Forlorian Stew. The follow is greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. I don't have my earphones in, so there's going to be a delay. In fact, let me put those in. then I'll be able to hear. All right, so let's start with the easy zones. Let me pull up, I'm in the process of pulling that up right now. We're going to pull up, what I had D&D Beyond on this fucking, there it is. Trying to move it so it's, oops, don't want to do that. Put it right there. All right, so I think we're going to, let's start with these trenches and let's see if my plan is going to work. So this is just a trench in the cave, so we can do a basic rock path. Let's see what we want to use. Cave cliff. I know there's like a cave cliff thin. Let's zoom in. Let's see how this looks. So, see how thin it actually is. No, we have it set below water because we have an idea of what we want to do with this when we get to all right, that looks like the top there. So, see, that's the only thing I've got to. Yeah, we need to not try to center that up. Be nice if the double tapping. There we go. So that we have to go this way for that way for that. Now let's make sure when I did that delete there, we didn't delete what we just did here. Violet! A diagram, mitosis. How are you doing this fine day? All right, so I think what we have to do. First, let's take a look and see if this is the width that we want. Oh, screw you, Scam Likely. We need to take it down. Let's do a couple of tests here. Still too big. I mean, it's not terrible. But it's still bigger than we want because these are 10-foot squares. So let's take it down to about there. It's getting chilly there. Here, I was hoping for chilly weather. It started getting cool, and then it decided to get back up in the 90s. I would take a little chili if we had it. Both a bowl of chili and chilly weather. I would take both. It's kind of weird what it's doing there. See what I mean? It's like transitioning out. Like really strange. See, I think Texas is, like Maryland, except it gets a little more severe here. see that? Why is it like hooking over like that? That's what I want to know. And then it slowly pulls itself back in. So I think what we're going to do is this. Let's get rid of the, maybe the fade. Let's see what the fade does. Anatong, thank you for the like. See, that's... No, I don't like the fade. Fade is not cool. Alright, so... I have an idea. Let's see. Do it like this. Right? And then... Oh, it doesn't grow if we pump it up. Bastards. Well, we'll have to work with it like that. I do appreciate that. How are you doing this fine day? I think what we'll do, we're going to follow the lines and jumps here. I'm still not happy with that. I know we've done it with the transition coming in. Maybe, you know what? Maybe it's because I changed the smoothness. Let's take a look. See, it's like when the farther out that you go, the longer that transition is. I'm not a fan of that. We might have to do the fade. Let's see. I think we have to do the fade. I'm not pleased having to do the fade, but at least it'll look cleaner. Now, the weird thing here is it's not really tracking the way you want it to track. I'm wondering if some weird change that they made. And honestly, I think I'm worrying a little bit too much about this being exactly the way it was drawn. But I do that. You know that. So yeah, let's do the fade. We'll do that. I think we have the width about right. So let's zoom out just a little bit and let's do this. So Violet, I have to ask. Gotta ask. Did you see the Dundalk Nazi chick video? I saw that and it was, first I'm like, wait a minute. Recognize that accent. Why is that sitting? That must have been another test line. We didn't have fade out turned on. Guess you have to turn it on immediately. That's the thing with these tools. It's like an constant experiment. Let's go ahead. Oh shit! Now I'm knocking stuff over. What the hell just happened there? What the hell just happened there? Like it made a weird twist. Still not happy with the width. Take it up just a little bit. Maybe about there. Yeah. That's what we want. Being too picky, I know. Is a flaw. Morim, yes, this is Dungeon Draft. Here's the amusing part of it. I got a copy of Dungeon Draft for my son because I'm tired of him asking me to do maps for his campaign. And he still like sends me messages. Did you do level 13 of Mad Mage yet? I'm like, did you not get the email with the code so you could download Dungeon Draft and, make your own map? Yeah, but I was hoping you would do it. All right. So let's take a look and see what that looks like. So that fades out there, kind of fades out there. I think that doesn't look bad. I mean, it doesn't have to be absolutely true to the way the map is. Yeah, if you look on my Patreon page, I have a lot of maps that I put up there. They're all free. Stuff like this. When I'm doing a map, you know, from a module, I'm not going to put it behind a paywall. And I'm never really, I'm going to be honest, I'm never really happy with my recreations of the Mad Mage maps. But anything, in my opinion, is better than the black and white maps that have absolutely nothing in them. So I put it out there, and if people want to use it, it's all good. I've also, why did that not fade? That's weird. I mean, I've got Mad Mage started in there. I've got and I actually have what I did for my own campaign because I've got a lot of players with older machines that can't handle a high resolution map, so they end up um, instead of being able to see all the textures and everything, they get a black and white map, right? The Descent into Avernus, what you really need are there are a lot of random encounters in that first part, so you really need those random encounter maps. Um, and I plan to work those out over time as well. All right, so is it going to be this way that we want it to go? No, it's not. We want it in that direction. I swear, I've got this 15.6-inch drawing tablet, and I really am thinking about going to like a 20 or 22-inch, just so it's bigger and easier for my old man eyes to see. I think we're going to keep fade on the exit for this, and then it'll fade into the existing wall. We're going to see, you know what? Let's test that out and make sure it's actually going to do what we want it to do. Let's see, it kind of fades over and makes it look bad. Let's remove the fade on this one because we want them to connect in. Have you used Dungeon Draft? I mean, my personal opinion for something like doing maps, and honestly, you can do them really quickly if you need to. For doing, especially in something like Dungeon Draft, the one I used to use was there was a tool on Steam. It was a Dungeon Painter Studio, I think. And that was the tool that I used to use. But this thing, I mean, that was an awesome tool. I used that to build out maps when I was running Dungeon Crawl Classics because I mean the maps that came with adventures were generally black and white. They always had all of the stuff on them. And I'd actually gone in with Dungeon Crawl Classics and Look at that, it's smeared at the end. We had it. Smear. God damn it. All right, we'll do it again. Some of that is, I think when I get to the end, I need to switch to the mouse because you can double click on this and it kind of ignores you. But yeah, I used Dungeon Painter Studio for a ton of maps when we were playing Dungeon Crawl Classics. Like I said, the issue was, I mean, I didn't mind the style of the map because it kind of, they matched with the old school flavor of that game. But the fact that the maps had every trap, everything on them, you didn't have like a player map and a DM map. You know, you really can't put that down for your players. That's just gonna screw the works up. Oh, stop barking, little one. So bossy. She hears any noise and she's like, I must be involved. Alright, so let's work our way in here. Slowly, carefully, surely. Get this thing to meld. See how blatant that is. I mean, from normal map size. Hey, people can do laundry. Yes, they can. And I should be able to. You know what? I know. I will leave the door open so you jackasses can go in and out. Because they're driving me crazy. In and out. Move out of the way. Don't jump on me. I'm going to crack it. Loki, you can stay here. Ugh. I try not to leave that door open. What is this, Fighty Sands? I know I butchered that. Thank you for the follow, it's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. So this is, I mean, I think, let's take a look again. We're going to have to live with that. Because for some reason, this is the issue with this path tool. If you do it so it grows and then shrinks, let's do a big section down here. Because we're just going to erase it. So if you do the grow and shrink, see, instead of becoming stable, the longer it goes, the more this tail end right here shrinks out. I don't know. Well, let's get rid of that. I did the thin cliff wall, right? See, it does it no matter which one you use, and if it's a thicker one, it gets worse. Yeah, for small zones, but if this was an extended thing, then the grow and shrink, it's way too long, especially for what we're doing here. So let's delete that. So we're gonna go with the fade. Because I see what they're trying to do with this. I think the fade works better than just having a hard edge. You know, it'd be nice if grow and shrink gave us the option of, you know, how long that the grow and shrink would actually work. I mean, if we don't grow and shrink, it's going to be, what, just hard edge right there. And, you know, that's pretty blatant. All right, so let's read the description. This is really weird. So, all throughout this dungeon, this level, there are trenches. And apparently, because like, and then this trench, it stops, comes up. This actually goes down to, or up to level 12. Where's the one to level 14? This trench goes down to level 14. Some places, like in this, there's this worm that digs, and it even says there's just a trench here. So this worm is like spun around here, had a good old time, and created a trench. Now this is like a tunnel passageway that it's dug between different areas in the cave. This becomes like a trench, and this is the passageway. So I'm going to do, especially through here, I'm going to do the cave walls in there to indicate that you're in a trench, because this trench hole, it's really specific. You've got, it's like 20 feet deep, and I think it's like a DC 20 strength check to climb out of that, something weird. And it's the same thing around here. And this is really where we're going to have to experiment, because I don't have anything that would be a texture or something that would be like a pile of scrap metal. So what I'm thinking is we're going to put the cave wall down, and then we're going to try to turn water as an overlay over top of that cave wall or cave cliff. Yeah, it is. It's fucking crazy. And we're going to see how that looks. We may end up changing our mind and doing something else, but you know, not having slivers of metal or something like that to create what we need in here is you know, just a little problematic. But we still want the feel of this being dug out, you know, inside passageway. We can actually let that fade out outside. There we go. I don't even know why I'm worried about this, because this is just the entrance and exit from this part of the dungeon. I'm not happy with that. And part of that is, I mean, I know this thing's just going to randomly jut in and out. I really just want this thing to contour kind of along the wall. Come on, I double clicked. Right there is problematic. Let's see. I think that'll work right there. In fact, we'll do this and then that. That works. Both sides run right along that wall. And there's a trench. And what we're going to do, we're going to fill the trench with another texture. And see how it looks. All right, so that doesn't look bad. It's one of those things where, honestly, I know it would look a lot better if I just sat down and drew the map out. But that would take a lot of time. Oops. We need to start. You know what? I guess we're going to start like right here. We're going to start here. Let's just. This is a good place for this. We can have that blur outside. Oh my god. Those random jumps are just killing that turn. But yeah, this is and I think through this zone you can have a random encounter with the thing that's making this. It's a construct. And I think that there are a lot of constructs in here. That turn actually looks good. Get this to come outside a little bit. Let's see. Not happy with that zone, but I think we'll be okay. So let's see if we can start this here. Yeah, I tell you, I was really disappointed this morning when my plans went awry. Notification that the camera that I ordered, so I could have. Yeah, we'll do that. Yustenaland? Yend? Thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. Well, let's see. The constructs in here are crazy. So, we do need metal pools too. This is going to make my plan a little bit weird. So let's give you a description of these constructs. I was looking at it this morning. One is a worm, but instead of it being a normal purple worm, it is a CR16 worm. It's a construct, immunity to poison and psychic damage, as well as bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks not made with adamantine weapons. Has immunity to exhaustion, blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, and prone. Worm regains 10 hit points at the start of each of its turns if it has at least 1 hit point. Multi-attack and bite options are replaced with grinding jaws and a lightning stinger. Those are fun. Now, there's also these things called Scaladars, which basically, let's get a picture of these up. I'm going to pull this over here. We'll flip the stream screen. So the Scaladars, where are they? Are these. And these things. Now, hopefully the DM does the right thing because they've got a party with like 6, 7 players. This thing is made for 4 level 12s. And she's got 6 or 7 level 12s. So even with these things kind of being tough, they're going to go through them real easy. Something like this, I mean, my party is 6 to 7 players every week. I would max the hit points out on every one of these, keep the same number in, and make it a little bit more difficult for them to survive. But this thing has some really cool shit. If somebody's really dumb and doesn't notice the lightning coming off the tail, and they cast like lightning on them, you just charge them up for extra 2d10 of lightning damage until the end of its next turn when you hit it. So it's basically going to be immune to the lightning and then get jacked up when you do it. So it's freaking awesome. And everything inside of here, because these things are all over this level, if one of these gets attacked, anything within 100 feet of it knows it's been attacked, and they're going to come along and say, I'm killing you. But these things, get 3 attacks, 2 with its claws, 1 with its sting. The claws do, 1d12 bludgeoning, and the target is grappled immediately. So that your players have to waste a turn getting out of the grapple. And then the sting is really nice with a D10 plus 4 and 2d10 lightning. Unless they've been jacked up, then they jump to 4d10 lightning. So this would be a lot of fun. And I don't know, honestly, with the size of her party and knowing what her party is made of, I'd add 1 more of these at full hit points. If they come into this level and do it right, they'll align with the guy that's here, because he's just a chaotic dude guy. This is like his workshop. And there are a bunch of bad guys that want to take his workshop so they can steal all the metal and shit. So, I think the problem is always going to be, especially for this party, they've got some murder hobos in there, and instead of coming in and talking, they're just going to walk in and go, guy, fireball, and just go crazy. And I've been pretty open about my dislike of murder hobos. I mean, that's a party that I would probably kill on my own as a DM. I mean, I've corrected the murder hobo behavior in a couple of party members in my Wednesday group. And I've talked about it before. We've got the one guy that, automatically comes in, and if he, he sees somebody, he would come in and start shit. And the party got so sick of it that they let him get killed. They don't care. They're like, we're not with him, murder him. I mean, it's bad when you got players like that and you have to do that. But, it is what it is. Let's see if we can... I think that little difference right there actually made it look good. Everybody hears you. You're being obnoxious. So I think what we'll do here, maybe go like this. Let's see how that looks. I think that looks a little bit better. I think this zone is probably fine. Maybe so you can always overlap these things a little bit. It doesn't look bad. Put that little short end right there. That looks better. See if we can get a little harder edge right there on this. Damn it. All right. Yeah, that looks more like it fades out. A little bit cleaner. Not happy with that one. Yeah, that's better. Much better. And this, do it here. There we go. God damn it. Alright, there we go. Like I said, to double click doesn't want to double click. That works. I keep doing that. Look for all these ends and make sure we've got them so they look like they kind of fade into dirt. Those are good. Those are good. All right. And is that all with the trenches? I think it is. So let's fill that trench in. We'll see what we want it to really look like. Yeah, today was one of those days I almost thought about sitting down and watching some of the confirmation hearings for the Supreme Court Justice, and I was like, yeah, I know that's a bad idea. It will just piss me off. Alright, so is there a pattern we can put in here? Ooh, maybe. Wonder what that would do. Let's take a look. Let's take a look without this on so we can actually... RJ, thank you for the like. How's it going today? Let's take a look. So we're gonna... Let's just do a quick fill. I mean, we could do it like that. What does this do? Or we could do it like that. That's a little more subtle. I think I like that better. Let's do that. Now, if we really wanted to give this a torn up feel, we could throw some rock and rubble in there. RJ, thank you for the follow. You're having an awesome day. Go ahead and, you know what, we're not gonna get too aggressive. If I accidentally double tap someplace, It's going to create that rubble where I don't want it. I was originally thinking we'd put some kind of texture down there that made it all look different. This way it just looks like it's all collapsed in and nasty looking. Kind of like that idea. And then I think we might end up coming in, maybe throwing some random rocks and stuff down. Like I said, this is crazy thing is I will not even use this map. I'm doing it for somebody else. When I come in and do level 13 for myself, I'll do this in quadrants so that everything falls below 8,192 pixels on either side, because I have players that have toasters for computers, and you know, if I were to run this map, they wouldn't see textures or anything that's in here. So I have to take the map, break it down into sections, and I end up, I don't know, I might, it's going to be a royal pain in the ass, but I might end up breaking maybe the PNG image that I'm going to generate of this into quadrants. Not a real fan of doing that. I'm doing great, RJ. What program am I building in? Sorry, I didn't see this right away. This is Dungeon Draft. And I'm using the beta right now. I mean, they have stable releases, and then he puts out test releases. And this test release is actually more stable than the one that shows up as a stable release. Plus, it's added a couple of nice things. It's added the text tool so I can put stuff on the map. And silly things like a roof tool. I mean, it's not super awesome, the roof tool, but, you know, it will give me something for like when I do a random encounter map that I want to do for God, somebody just said the name of it and my brain shut down. I hate when that happens. I have it over here. Avernus. Yeah, for the longest time I used Dungeon Painter Studio on Steam, but that has not been supported for quite some time now. I mean, I know the guy is working on a new version, but Dungeon Painter Studio had its own glitches. So when I found this, I mean, $20? Come on. I couldn't say no to $20 for a program that made my life a little bit easier. I say it makes it easier, but now I end up making a lot more freaking maps. I mean, I spent all last Wednesday making a random encounter map for a group to come in and test and see if they would be able to actually run in Foundry without a problem. So it was just from, I spent like 4 or 5 hours building a map just so people could come in and test Foundry. It was kind of funny. Wednesday's become my mapping day. I mean, I do some mapping. Most of this map I built out all these rooms using the cave digging tool last night because this is a vector graphics program. So what'll happen, like you see right now, I can't just drag and draw. I've got to sit there and tap and create the points for the texture. And like these walls and the caves being cut out inside of the stone that you place, what'll happen is as you dig and it connects, it will redraw and move the walls and the floor. And as the map gets to be huge, like these Mad Mage maps are freaking huge. You'll finally do the connection, and it takes 30-40 seconds for it to go and move everything around. It used to crash on that, but I think we've gotten past the crashes with all the updates. So now I'm not nervous about using the cave digging tool. Now the other tools, like the regular building tools, they're very nice as well. I mean, I'm partial to a program like this because I own it. I can make as many maps as I want. I mean, I know people have suggested some other ones, but I'm not really into monthly or annual fees or limits on the number of maps I can make, because I end up making maps for myself and for other people. So that's why I'm probably going to stick to something like this. Either that, or if I really start getting anal about wanting to have more creative control, just start drawing the maps inside of Inkscape and putting them out that way without the grids and walls. Here's the beauty of this program too. If you use something like Foundry Virtual Tabletop, I can export this as a file that has all the windows, doors, walls, and everything in it. Your line of sight will automatically be in there. The doors will be openable. You know, whatever you need, it all pops over into Foundry. So that's another reason I went with this program. Oh, those taps didn't take. We're going to rough up that edge. This just needs to be underneath the wall. This needs to look a little more fluid. That's better. Not perfect, but better. I feel like we need some rubble in these trenches. Down here, this is like, let's look at room 9. Let's get away from the dungeon denizens. Room 9, come on. I think this is pools of metal. So, western pool holds liquid iron, the eastern pool liquid steel. Despite being liquefied, the metal is cool to the touch. A detect magic spell reveals a strong aura of transmutation magic emanating from each pool. No matter how much metal is removed from a pool, its depth never changes. Metal removed from the pool solidifies immediately, becoming as strong and immutable as wrought iron or cold steel. That is cool. Metal instantly hardens upon leaving the pool and forms a hard coating around anything dipped in it. You could throw somebody in there and make an instant statue. There it is. Dungeon Draft. In fact, I'll do you one better. So you put this together with Boundary Virtual Tabletop. Extremely cool. Let's see, molten iron. See if there's a hex code for molten iron. CBCDCD. So the western one's iron, right? You accidentally moved this. Yeah, we did. That's the only danger when you come in and start pulling this down. All right, so let's try this. CD, CD, CD. Let's see. I think I'd be happier with this. 828383. Let's try that. Maybe. And then, is there a shallow color of iron? Not really. We'll go a little bit off of it. All right. So let's see what this looks like. I really have the right pen. That's a problem with having too many tablets. You won't be unhappy with Foundry. I just do a general Google search. Like here, I've got Shades of Iron. It pulled up HTML, CSScolor.com. And it gave me a base iron color, which is the CBCDCD. And then it gives me a list of colors. Now, honestly, I think I might go a little darker for the iron, because it's iron and steel. Steel to the east, iron to the west. So let's do the iron a little bit darker. And all these colors will be saved. At least in here. If I go to a new map, it won't be. So let's try 535454. And then 5, 3, 5, 4, 4, 8. Let's just do it this way and take it up a little bit lighter. And that'll be the shallow for that. And let's see what this looks like. I think it's going to be too clear. We might have to put something underneath here. See how this goes. Like I said, I think I'd be much happier. I'm strongly considering. I need to look on Prime Day and see if they have something. Strongly considering looking at a 20 or 22-inch tablet, taking this one out into the other room and using that as my working on the laptop tablet. We're not real happy with that. And this is a little sharp. We're going to make it a little bit bigger. That's fine. Doesn't have to be exact. I just don't want any sharp edges. Take the trace image down. We need something underneath here. So that it doesn't look like water on a cave floor. What can we put there? Rug texture. What about this? Let's see what this does. Oh, you son of a sea cow. Yes. Yes on both questions. I think that'll look good underneath, but we need to do this. Need to click it to below. I mean, here's what I did. I'm going to flip this up to another screen. All right. So downloaded. I'll show you what the map looks like. That I mean, you can see what the map looks like. What the map looks like that they gave us is all black and white. That's the map that Wizards did for this, right? Nothing special. Nothing awesome. Just a all black and white map. Somehow keep moving. And you know, it is what it is. Then I just crank the opacity down and start putting in so that I can have everything where it belongs. Last night I built out the cave using the cave tool, and today we've been working on building out all of this stuff. Got to figure out what we're going to do for, these are just piles of scrap metal. don't really have anything that would be like a pile of scrap metal, but we'll figure something out. All right, so that's our pattern shape. We need that to be below water. And do this because somehow we've moved everything a little bit. But I'll show you the other thing that I did. There's another program that I download called Mapalign. And this is what that looks like. Basically, you pull the map in. I go ahead and generate the grid. And then when it outputs it, it'll tell you the size. So I can output it at 100 pixels because these are 10-foot squares with Dungeon Draft. Ongstro Maters. Thank you for the follows. Greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. With Dungeon Draft, the smallest you can go is 50 pixels per square. So I'll do these at 100, and that gives me 4 50-pixel squares that I can have that would end up being 5 foot. So this map that we're making is at the size that they build it at. 1 square equals 10 feet. I will output it the same way. And then when you go into Foundry, in fact, I'll pull that up for you as well. When you go into Foundry, I'll just launch the test server. I don't think I need a key on this one. Oh, come on. So when you go into Foundry, like, let's see, I think this is a full Twisted Caverns map. So this would be their map, 10-foot squares, right? There's another add-on that you bring in, and you can actually turn these 10-foot squares into 5s, and it'll redraw the grid. When you do that, you have to bump the grid up, and then all your walls and everything get aligned. They'll come in when you turn it from 10s to 5s, a little bit goofy. Everything kicks down 5 feet. But the one tool that I have, what the hell is it called? And this is part of what's nice about Foundry is the availability of modules. The grid scale menu, you would put that on. Now I think this Twisted Cavern map is not going to work. But if, see, these bold lines would be your 10 by 10s. Did I not activate it? Okay, I have to go in and activate them too. When was that? Probably past it. This is, if you want to, down here, that would have my camera and mic. You can actually do voice and video chat built right in. You're going to stream your D&D game or want to be able to see everybody in there. This is awesome. And that's what the Gypsy Web RTC does. Who's Frank Sternberg? Otacon, how's it going? Oh, how do I manage that module, damn you? I did turn that on, right? Grid scale menu. I'm doing great. Just working on some maps, answering some questions about the software, showing how it works. See, and they don't come in alphabetical order. That's why I'm having like a mental breakdown here. The wife did not get me up at 6 in the morning. It was 7, so that was a little better. Grid scale menu. Am I just not seeing it? There it is. Oh, duh. That's stupid. So you go into here to tools, and then you would do this. You would click on that, create a square, and since we did it at 100, that would automatically create your grid, and everything would be good to go. So once you have your map in, makes life real easy. If you need to kick these squares so that they're actually aligned, you would do this, and let's see, the X position would go this way, right? So click that. Now it's squared up. So there's your grid. You'll be able to drop your characters in. And they'll fit right within the square. So, I mean, if you're just going to pull in the shitty maps that they make, which is, this is their Twisted Caverns map, and this is my Twisted Caverns map. I'd rather play using that. You know what I mean? That's why I spend all the time making the maps, because then everything is much better. And I break the maps down into sectors. Like Twisted Caverns, I did top and bottom. I think, yeah, this was one I was experimenting with. Yeah, it's not awesome, and it doesn't do exactly what I want it to do. I mean, they're still able to see inside and stuff. But also, this is how your line of sight works. The walls and everything came right in off of the map. So, and then I have it set up so that, I mean, this is dark vision, so once you're inside, it should be dim vision. And, it just depends on how the DM wants to set up Foundry. I always set it up so, and I've got all these HUDs up here too, but I'll set it up so that it's not globally illuminated. If I put that on, I always have to look over here because I've got my thing in the way. See, there's global illumination. That's how it would look if it was daylight. Naturally, a cave isn't daylight. Now, the DM, I mean, what I would put in here would be a door, because it's supposed to be a secret door. I didn't finish mapping that out. These will be, and here's the thing. Like this I created with multiple walls. To make this stuff work properly, I would move that there, adjust this a little bit, maybe draw a wall from here to here. And this is just easy. You hold down the control key, it'll drop points. And then You know, the DM can come in. That's a secret door. Create it between these points like this. Why are these points not working now? Oh, I know why. So there's my secret door. Get rid of this one. We'll draw a secret door. The wall there. Characters wouldn't be able to see it. I mean, I can. They would not see it as a secret door, but I'd be able to pop that door if they find the secret door, and then they can go in. So, yeah, these are normal doors. They'd be able to see everything that's a door. Stuff that are secrets, no, not so much. And that's, you know, that's the beauty of the integration of these programs. They work really well together. Combat works nicely. You can pull in, if you're playing 5th edition, you can pull the characters in directly from D&D Beyond. If you have all the books and stuff, you can pull that crap in and bam, everybody's got their characters, the spells transfer over. There's a lot of integration that you can do inside of here. Like this guy, if he wanted to fight, there's a rapier, that'll pop up over here. You'll target somebody. There's your attack and damage. If somebody's targeted, it'll apply it automatically. And that'll all show up inside the encounter. So I definitely recommend it. But for mapping, I would get Map-Align. You're going to pull in maps that you want to recreate so they don't look like this. Create a grid that transfers over, and size it to your pixels so that the output is correct when you get over here. And, you know, then inside of this, you're ready to rock and roll. We go ahead and pull this back down on our tablet. Let's see if my idea is going to work. And this was the idea. Pattern tool. We want that below water. And might be a little edge that shows up. What we're looking for, get rid of that. I'd say that looks more like molten metal. We might want to go with Frank Sternberg. Oh, you were literally telling somebody to come check it out. That's pretty funny. So perhaps maybe a darker terrain underneath of that. Let's undo that and see what that looks like. Let's just do a little square. Yeah, I think that looks much nicer. Kind of bubbly on top and all that good stuff. But yeah, the that's I tell you, I ended up getting this because of the integration between this and Foundry. break this into little chunks. I had used Fantasy Grounds for years. I had so many problems with Unity. You know, especially like if you would go in and click on something, you want to look something up, it taking forever for that to pop. Even down to when it was crashing, and I'm like, you know what, I'm done. And I haven't had any real issues with this. Now, I will say, if you've got players with older Macs, even older PCs, like this map would be a nightmare for players that don't have a computer that has actual integrated graphics. I mean, if you get a PC that has a mobile NVIDIA chip in it, it'll work perfect. If it's using like the HD 6000 stuff, not so much. So I've got two Mac users, one was a 2012, one was a 2013. Because this map's over 8,196 pixels, they see black and white. They cannot view any textures, anything on the map. That's really why I started doing maps in sections like I showed up there, where I broke that map down into top and bottom, because that way each side is less than the 8,192 pixel limit. This map, I think, is going to be... I cut it down to 116 high, and it's like 80 wide, so it'll be 8,000 on the one side, but on the long side it's going to be 11,000 pixels, so they won't be able to render it. If everybody has a good computer, you don't have a problem. I'd say that was probably the only thing that Fantasy Grounds had, is you could get your maps to go down to like 25 pixels instead of 50, but you know, then you're still talking lesser quality on the map. Alright, so this one's supposed to be steel, so that's going to be a lighter color. How do we keep jacking this around? I feel like this is supposed to be 56, and we goofed it up somehow. Everything lining up now? What we're looking for is the red lines and the dotted lines. I don't care about the original grids. Yeah, it's 56. And you're going to find, if you mess with that map align tool and this, that almost always you're going to have a range that it falls into. It's usually 2.56 for the multiplier on the scale for me. But that's because I convert everything, these big ass maps, I convert those to 100 pixels for the 10 by 10 squares. Alright, so I know, do we want to do the water path first or do the other? Let's do this. Let's do the pattern shape tool. We're going to go with this lighter pattern, and then we're going to do the lighter water texture. Let's see how that looks. I wish that I could use my drawing tablet like a drawing tablet more, instead of having to put a million dots down. That's what it feels like I'm doing. but it's a vector program, so what are you going to do? Alright, this was what we were going to use for steel. Like I said, it retained those colors. And we'll put that over top of this. Let's see what it looks like. I have a feeling... So, I was planning. I ran Horde of the Dragon Queen probably about a year ago. And everybody finished up. Ended up being a TPK on the very last room boss and everything in the book. Which worked out well because 2/3 of the party they had gotten new jobs, finishing school, all that kind of stuff. And we streamed that. So that ended that campaign. I ended up taking some time off. I was running 5 games a week. It was burned out as hell. So now I'm back to 1 game a week. I had actually a viewer approach and ask me if I wanted to run a game. I'm like, yeah, but I think that honestly, I think that is falling through because my stipulation is I'll do it as one of my stream days, which means I'm going to run it during the weekdays. And a whole bunch of the players, like, well, we can only play in the evening, and I don't do evening streams or gamers. I hang out with the wife and family in the evening. So we'll see. I have a feeling that campaign's going to fall through, but I may end up fishing for players and see if we can get a weekday campaign like every other Tuesday or something like that. I mean, I'm going to specify when I put it out there. I'm going to say, this is what I'm going to run. This is the day. These are the times. If you can't make it, sorry, but this is when we're going to play. And so I think I'm going to run another game, and I'm thinking about running... I may go all the way through Yawning Portal. That would be a long-ass campaign. And it'll be fun. But, I mean, Wednesday is mapping day, and then right now I'm doing a complete playthrough of Dragon Age Inquisition. I'm hoping that'll be done by November 10th. And that's a hard date for me because Assassin's Creed Valhalla comes out, and I plan to play through that. And we also have, on the 12th? Black Ops Cold War coming out. And I'll end up probably streaming the campaign. If I do any weekend gaming / streaming, I'll end up doing that. That's cool. 3 campaigns. See, I've got, right now the only campaign I have going is Wednesday nights. And that is a group that I run under normal conditions where, stores aren't on lockdown, not letting people in and stuff like that for big gatherings. I coordinate probably the largest weekly D&D game in the country. We have an average of 170 players, 20 DMs and tables, and we're running Adventures League there. I've coordinated that for quite a few years. And once this started with COVID, obviously they had to discontinue having that many people in close proximity. And so I've been playing from home on Wednesdays. In fact, I talked to my table this past week, and I'm like, you know what? I am really enjoying not having to deal with the bullshit I dealt with every week. I mean, it was stressful. 170 people, you're always going to have somebody in there that you have to talk to. You're always going to have somebody that you have to kick out once in a while. And there's always behavior that should never happen. So I've really, I hate to say it, COVID did me a big favor by not making me have to go Wednesdays anymore and deal with some of the crazy shit. I mean, I can't even say some of the shit that I've thrown people out of the store for. So, the Raw Man, how's it going? I mean, the stuff that I've thrown people out of stores for, I mean, It's stuff that, like, if guys would have said that to my daughter playing at the table, I would have gone across the table and fucking killed him. So I don't understand how people can do the shit they do. You know what I mean? Well, thank you. Yeah, it. I probably over the last year had said to my son, you know, because he goes and either plays or runs depending on his mood. I said, you know, every once in a while I'm like, you know what, I've had enough. I'm quitting. I'm not running anymore. They're like, well, we still want to play. I'm like, well, go play, but do it without me. I mean, the last person I had to throw out for taking pictures of little boys. And I'm like, there's somebody I knew, I called him up and I'm like, don't ever come back to the store. I didn't do that. I'm like, yeah, yeah, you did. Saw ya. And you don't want to call me a liar because I'll come over to your house and kick your ass. You don't do that kind of shit. If that father would have seen you doing that, he would have murdered you. I'm like, I've already told the store, you are never to come back again. You are banned for life. And you know what? That's a conversation I should never have to have with anybody. Here's the thing, I would like to be a player, but it ends up I run almost everything. I was running Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, and occasionally another game like on Mondays. The Tuesday game was 5th edition. Wednesday's always 5th edition because of Sugar's Call Stormtrooper. Thank you very much. Um, the Friday game varied. Now, my son wanted to do what the hell was the name of that damn game? Shadow of the Demon Lord. Um, we played that. I played as a player, and that was one warped ass game. I'm just gonna say it, freaking warped. Sugar Skull Stormtrooper, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. Um, and then it alternated Fridays. I ended up, I ran Curse of Strahd all the way through because I had a group that really wanted to play that. I ran a couple others. We started playing something else. Then the Friday group after Demon Lord, we were playing something else, and then we kind of fell apart. And that was a relief because I got to spend Fridays with the wife. Sunday was Pathfinder, and I ended up being the person running it all the time. Now, for a little while, we did play GURPS, which I love GURPS, but my son wanted to run that, and that was crazy. He did it as a fantasy setting, and I'm ashamed to say I broke a character so bad that it drove him insane because I would just one shot everything. And after that, I mean, I stopped power building. I stopped power building altogether because it was just, you know, I'll crunch numbers in whatever game I'm playing and figure out what the most damage is I can create by the time I'm max level. And like Pathfinder, I've got a build that'll do a little over 19,000, and I ban myself from running that. I own Savage Worlds. I have not played it. I have not gotten a group that wanted to do it. I'd rather play it as a player than run it to just have fun and see how the game plays. I mean, it looks interesting, but you know, I've got to find somebody that wants to run it so I can learn the system and have some fun for a change. All right, so we've got that done. This is a nice, easy room here. GURPS is built for that. I mean, I found it's like if you're an archer and somebody lets you use martial arts, it eliminates the negatives for moving and shooting, all this kind of stuff. There's so many negatives that are reduced that you can do targeted attacks that normally would have like -9s without these massive minuses, and it drove him crazy. This is a program called Dungeon Draft. I think I need to pull in some cave assets. Let me do a save because I haven't done that in a while. We haven't crashed either, which is a beautiful sign. When I'd say probably 4 or 5 versions ago on a map like this, I would have crashed several times and been flipping my shit. Yeah, I'm happy with, we figured out how to make this look like it kind of fades out into the dirt. Happy with how that looks now instead of the entire long fade. I think that's good. But we need some cave assets. I want to look at 11B and see what this is. This might be, what the hell is that? I'll probably end up telling my son that this isn't going to be ready tonight. Fire and Rust. 6 hobgoblins stand guard near a pair of flame cannons aimed at a natural stone bridge. So this is the bridge. This right here is the bridge, I guess, going across where this trench is. How does the bridge look there? Yeah, it looks like that's fine. That's good. Nice and narrow too. I like those bottlenecks. I mean, he asked me to do this one, and I was doing some other maps, and I'm like, I'm working on some other maps for myself, and oh, can't you do it? I said I'll do you one better. I spent $20, and I sent him the code to download the program. So last week he goes, "Did you make level 13 for me?" I'm like, "Did you? I gave you the program like 3 weeks ago. I like it better when you do it." Of fucking course you do. This is a stone enclosure with a hinged gate made of sturdy wooden poles lashed together with rope and held shut with a latch. Gramidica! Thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. I mean, don't we all like it better when somebody else makes the map for us if it looks good? I mean, he doesn't have any excuse. He's got the same program. I mean, I'll even tell him what assets I use. I don't care. He just wouldn't sit there and, like, I'm worried about what I do. Spent an hour worrying about these walls being right. He knows how crazy I'll be worrying about getting stuff done. So we need a stone wall. And I think you know what, we're gonna snap this to grid. So let's put a wall in here. Let's see, do we want to do just stone? Is there some fancier stone? Castle crenellations, don't do that. I'll tell you what, let's use the built-in stone. It doesn't look bad. So we're going to there. We'll go, you know what? Snap isn't going to make me happy. There we go. It is. I, I really I mean, I really like... I'm not happy with that wall. I really like the mapping system this guy makes. There's what's the other... What is the other program he makes? I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm thinking about getting it. Let me look at Megasploot. Wonder Draft. That's his world mapping program, and the thing's really nice. And if it does the exact... I mean, if he does the same thing right now, this is Dungeon Draft is still $19.99. It's $20. When it comes out of beta, it'll go to $30. $30 is still an awesome price, but I mean, if you can get it for $20 now and own it forever and never have to pay for it again, I mean, that's just one of those things. It's like, it's a no-brainer. You know what I mean? Let's look at the description of this and we'll see. I think it said the door, it was wood lashed together, right? Hinge gate made of sturdy wooden poles lashed together. So this looks like wooden poles lashed together. Do we want that? Or do we want it to have... Do this. I guess what we need to do is undo those two walls. I haven't tried Dungeon Fog. Do this wall again. And I think what we'll do this time is just do the entire wall. And for this we'll use the mouse because we're snapping it to grid. And then put the door right there. There, we're happy with that. Why did this go over top? That's weird. It shouldn't have done that. Oh, as soon as we put the door on, it did that. What the hell? Look at that. I wonder if the door makes a difference. The door doesn't make a difference. That's going to bother me. Alright, so I think the only way that we can avoid that is this. Make it as straight as we can. Bump that up against the stone. Put the door on. It's not as blatant, but we're going to live with it. That's better than overlapping that wall. That just would bother the hell out of me. So these are supposed to be like flamethrowers. Isn't Dungeon Fog another one where it's like a subscription? Free on demand. I admit, I really freaking hate not being able to just buy it outright. You know, it's like perpetual fee and they can jack it up whenever they want. Like I said, if I ever really got tired of doing this, I would probably just use what's that program? Clip Studio Paint and manually draw out my maps. But I like I said, one of the main reasons that I really like using this program, Sugar Skull, is that the walls and everything transition directly over into Foundry Virtual Tabletop. So I don't have to draw the walls inside of my virtual tabletop. They come in, line of sight is automatic. I mean, I can even drop lighting in here. If there was lighting, I could go ahead and put like lights in here, set it up so that like let's say there was lighting here, I would just drop that there. Let's put on the widgets. That'll show you where the light would be and overlap. You see the walls prevent the light from going through the different areas. And that all moves over to the virtual tabletop that I use. So that's another reason that I was really happy when I found this, because the utility inside of my virtual tabletop is, I mean, it's not replaceable. Yes, Dungeon Draft. I mean, I'm going to close the door a second. The guys are here cutting the lawn. Ugh. But, you know, so much, everything will pull over there now. With Foundry, I ended up going to that because both of these, as well as the fact that I can, I mean, I own the books on D&D Beyond. Exactly. I own the books on D&D Beyond, and I am able to pull stuff directly in from D&D Beyond using Foundry. I don't have to buy the books again. If I was still using Fantasy Grounds, I have to buy the books basically a third time, because I buy hardcover, I buy it on D&D Beyond, so I have it, and then if I want to run a campaign inside of Fantasy Grounds, I have to buy it a third time, and it just, oh, that pisses me off. So, you know, the fact that this has a utility where I don't have to do that anymore, it's like a win-win. So what have you been up to, Violet? Haven't seen you in for a bit. You doing better? Feeling awesome? Hopefully. Lawn care should be my son, but he won't cut the lawn. Instead, I gotta pay for lawn care. That's what pisses me off. Crafting things. Now, I know on your Instagram you've been putting up a lot of cosplay stuff. Is that new stuff or old stuff you've been doing? I appreciate that, RJ. Uh, I mean, there's so much bullshit going on. I think you had popped in earlier and popped out. Did you see crazy Dundalk chick, the Nazi chick that was screaming she's a racist? and flashing her tattoo on her crotch that her daddy gave her when she was like younger than 18. I'm like, oh my god. I saw that shit and I'm like, no, what you, I'll even give you her name because unfortunately it's like embedded in my brain. I think it's Angelica Rose Brecker. And you know how everybody knows that? She's sitting there, and after the guy had like done her videoing her tirade, right? She gets in the car. They're sitting there, and they're going, "You're a racist." And she opens the door, and she goes, "I am a racist. My name is," and she says her name out loud. And it's like, well, you're stupid. The internet doesn't even have to look for you now. I'm just like, oh my god. Exactly. I mean, I, I'm always looking for something that's better, but then I also worry about what integrates and works well together. And because this and Foundry, the new tabletop that I just love, work together perfectly, I'm like, I can't say no to that. How do you say no to something that makes your life easier? You just don't. I that was the thing with oh my god. I remember when I was still running on Fantasy Grounds and they added walls in line of sight in the beta of Unity. I was running things that didn't have the maps converted over, so it took forever to throw down the walls, throw down the doors, make sure everything works. I think there's even a way for this if you use Roll20 to have the walls convert over, but there's some program workaround that you have to do outside of it. But now if they do the DD2 VTT files and start accepting that, then people will be able to do dungeon draft maps and pull them in with the walls on that as well. So it's a no-brainer. I know these are supposed to be fire cannons. I don't have fire cannons. I'm not going to sit here and draw fire cannons. So you know what we're going to put? Ballistas. Ballistas sound like the thing. We'll size that down a little bit, and that'll be our fire cannon. Looks good to me. One. I don't really like the positioning. If it's aimed at the bridge, it needs to be there, right? There's two. All right. I think that's all I need for 11B. Now we need to add stalactites and stalagmites. And this is where I said I'm not sure if I imported the right stuff in for the caves. Tell you what we'll do. I'm gonna do a double save just to make sure because sometimes this I'm I am pretty sure that they fixed this one thing, but there was this major glitch. So with the object tool, you can either do the objects where they come in and they place, exactly as you put them, and you're good to go. Now, they also have this, the scatter tool. And with that, you can go in and place this. It'll place it different sizes, rotate randomly. And for a while there, you would put in certain assets and it would just implode. Just clicking on them would make it implode. He fixed the scatter tool, and I was like, oh my God, it's about time, because it was driving me crazy. All right, so there. Let's see what that looks like. That works. Like I said, we just need an indication of where the fire cannons are, and they'll have to live with the ballista. All right, that's good. 12A, B, and C. Let's see if there's nothing there, but let's see if there's something that says, let's put something there. All right, so these 40-foot high caverns once housed a thriving fungus forest and a colony of peaceful myconids. The hobgoblins slaughtered the myconids, then burned down the forest. A thin, pungent smoke hangs in the air throughout these caverns. Burned remains, blackened and smoldering zirkwood stalks, their caps destroyed by fire, stand amid the charred remains of what once was were neatly tended fungus gardens. Lying amid the raised mushrooms are charred corpses of giant fire beetles, myconid sprouts, and myconid adults. I don't have any of those corpses, but I think we can put the stalks in. 12A and B are the same, in addition to similar features in who would think to make, a map asset of dead myconids? Mushroom people. Who would think of that? I don't even think those assets exist. So that one's not dead. The DM will need to drop the Myconid Sovereign in there. And, you know, hopefully they don't do anything stupid. So Blackened and Smoldering Stalks. Basically, we need stumps in here. So, I guess we can take a look and see what we have. Trees, I don't think we're going to have anything that matches that. I mean, yeah. Can we color these? If we can color them, we might be good. See if they're colorable. Usually if they have that hue, you're able to do a little bit of coloring. I think what we're going to do is this. Take them down like that. Drop that, get rid of it. Still a little big, huh? There's some smaller ones. The problem is 0.5 would be 1. Because this is still expecting these squares to be 5-foot squares. We're going to take that down to that. Take this down to that. Let's do that. Levistand. Thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. Oh, didn't mean to put that in the wall. I'll just represent where they are. Basically, the big ass mushroom caps that would be on them are gone. That's good. That's good. What's in room 10? Like I said, what I'm worried about is the remains of an adventuring party's campfire in the middle of it and no other features of note. My goodness. How easy is that? Did I take that off? I thought I left that on. I try to pull some of the assets out when I'm not. How is that encampment? Trees, there we go. There's a much better camping thing, so we're going to do this. Save. Save it. Yeah, we took this off. I should have known there would be a reason to have it in there. A single freaking campfire. Not the way it always is. Alright, we'll open that again. And hopefully it won't crash. You know, watch. This is where you worry. It's waiting for the walls to rebuild. But it's a lot of walls with a lot of points. And that's one thing you have to remember when you import into Dungeon Draft. There's the option when you're importing, it'll ask for wall fidelity. You know, and the higher the fidelity, the more points that are brought in. So that also creates a map that can be more resource intensive than if you bring it in at the recommended fidelity. So it really comes down to how big your maps are as to how you want to do that. So 10. Snap off. RJ will talk your ear off. That's funny. Alright, so we need the encampment. Let's see, Forgotten Adventures, camping. Did this for a campfire. Says it's in the middle of the room. And that's all that's there. And we did all that saving and asset importing for an old campfire. Totally worth it. Alright, so we've got area 9. We did 11. We did 12. Let's look at the big blank rooms first, because I'm still nervous about what we're going to do with these scrap metal piles. I want them to look good, and I'm not 100% sure they're going to look good with what I plan to do, but we're going to see. Alright, so room 3. A junkyard buzzing above 50-foot high cavern are 5 giant wasps made of metal. Half completed and destroyed metal contraptions, most rusted beyond repair, lay strewn across the floor. 3 rust monsters gorge on a pile of scrap. So there's some magic items that have been discarded that are in here. That's for the DM to place. The dodecahedron of doom and the orb of gonging. That's probably why they were thrown away, because they're relatively useless. Dodecahedron of doom is hilarious. Explodes and is destroyed. Each creature within 20 feet of the exploding die must make a DC 13 dex save or take 9d8 force damage. On a roll of 3 to 4, cast light on itself. Lasts until somebody touches it. Cast Ray of Frost, targeting a random creature within 60 feet. Cast Shocking Grasp on the next creature that touches it. Cast Darkness on itself. Or the next creature to touch the dodecahedron gains 1d10 temporary hit points that last for an hour. So an 11-12 is beneficial. Everything else is really stupid. And then the Orb of Gonging. 5-inch diameter orb that weighs 5 pounds. Outer shell is composed of notch bronze rings, which can be turned so the notches line up. Aligning the notches requires an action, and doing so causes the orb to gong loudly until the notches are no longer aligned. Can be heard out to a range of 600 feet. So somebody's like, yeah, this is useless, and they threw it in the junkyard. How are we going to make this look like a junkyard? I know there's broken stuff, but I think the broken stuff is all like wood. Broken pillar, broken bridge. Not seeing what I really need. Let's take a look in colorable. Might be able to make something and color it to like a steel color. And then put piles of it around. What we need is like colorable wood. I could make that work. Curious. So this is just supposed to be junk, right? So we can color this metal color, metallic. Let me see, what was the hex code we used before? Let's go for like a darker metal, 424343. All right, so it doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to look like a pile of junk. That's what we're going to tell ourselves. In fact, and this is something that I kind of like with this. So with the scatter tool, you can do like that, that, and that, right? That'll give us 3 different colors. And then where did we find the junk pile? Do that. And let's see. Did we pick up a color that we didn't want? Yes, we did. You bastard. Do that again. The bastardy bastards. Now we have those 3. I think that'll work. This just needs to be a junk pile, and we'll probably throw some other random stuff in there. Fact. Alright, so that's a garbage room, and it looks like a garbage room. I have an idea. this under and see. That. I think the key with like most of these mapping softwares is going to be um, assets available. I mean, there's some assets that I needed for a set of maps, and it just didn't exist. So I'm going to have to, I mean, I've decided I will, but I'll have to sit down and end up drawing the assets that I want to use inside of my drawing program and take it from there. But I think that gives the idea of what they're saying is in here, right? Discarded junk, destroyed metal contraptions, mostly rusted beyond repair, lay strewn across the floor. Done. Have I gone through Trove? No. Where I look for my assets, what the hell is it called? It's like cartography assets. And then because for some of them, if I plan to use them and put maps up on the Patreon when I do my random encounter maps, stuff like this. Oh wow, cartographyassets.com is down right now, huh? Something like this, I give out for free because it's basically copying the map that is provided by Wizards, and I'd feel weird. You know what? We might be able to use something like this for these scrap piles, right? I think we can. But like for Forgotten Adventures, being who I am, I went ahead and I did the. I mean, these guys are great. I think it's a couple of guys. They do a lot of assets, and they put them on their Patreon. For $10 a month, you're able to use it and use those for commercial, building maps. And I would feel wrong using their assets and not paying for them when they give you a way to do it. But that's just me. This is a pile of scrap metal. So let's start. This is just a pile of scrap metal. I want to experiment, and I want to see if my idea is going to work. What I'm thinking, because this is another one of those areas where if we look, these scrap metal piles just suck. So the trenches, I think that's where you need come on. To climb the trench walls is a DC 20 strength check, an athletics check. So, a lot of characters aren't going to make that. And so I like that. And it's going to be the same thing in here. They're going to have this DC 20 to get on top of this pile of scrap metal. Hopefully they're not suicidal enough to try to get on top of the scrap metal, but we'll see. Yeah, that's the beauty of cartographyassets.com. The Forgotten Adventures guys, they make a ton of assets. Some of them they set up in the packs that can be used inside of Dungeon Draft, but there's a massive pile that aren't. And there's some people that have compiled those into packs that can be imported into Dungeon Draft and used. Give me 1 second. I'm going to open the door so that the dogs can come in and out again now that the lawn guys are done. Want to come in? You can come in. Don't jump on me. Crazy woman. Ugh. I know you can't stand not being in here with me, and then you can't stand not knowing what's going on. I mean, Dungeon Draft comes with a lot of nice assets. They're adding more assets as they go along. Um, so I use a combination of everything. You're a crazy woman. You are. Oh God, what? Here, this'll make her leave me alone. Come here, come here. All right. Somebody wanted to get up and say hello. Apparently, I'm not picking you up, Thor. The camera didn't come today, or you guys would be on camera. All right, you ready? Ready to get down? Don't step there. Nope. Get down. That's enough. I'm not picking you up, Thor. Yeah, cartographyassets.com is down right now. I think they're adding more stuff, but what's really nice is, I mean, the things that Forgotten Adventures hasn't converted into Dungeon Draft packs. There's a guy that goes in and does it. And, I mean, he puts up what the license is. You can use it for personal, which is kind of what Forgotten Assets let you do. But, it also says, you know, you've got to pay for the full license if you want to use it in your stuff that you're going to Patreon, sell, whatever. And so I don't have an issue with doing that. All right, so before we got interrupted by my stalker woman, I was talking about her. So we here, I'll put something up here on stream. I don't know if Violet's still in here or not, but all of my old viewers who have been here for a while, they know that probably the most important part of my stream was Jelly. She was my Jack Russell Terrier. She died this year at 15 from bone cancer. And, I mean, we found out 7 weeks later she was gone. And she was like my daughter. I mean, my kids would sit there and say, "You love that dog more than you love us." And I'm like, don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. And, but I had the doggo cam in there. And, you know, everybody loved watching Jelly because she would come in here. I'd have Thor and Loki in here. Thor would lay down. She would passive-aggressively stand there and stare at him until he would move. And she would stare for 10, 15 minutes at a time, whatever it took to piss him off so that he would move. She didn't want to lay there, though. She would follow him around and do this until he was laying where she wanted him to lay, and then she'd lay down and lay on him. And, I mean, that was a daily event. She dominated the house. She definitely told me what to do. How a little critter can dominate the house, I don't know. But we ended up getting the crazy dog after she passed. I wasn't going to get one, but somebody's like, "Hey, take a look at this dog. It's a stray." She had just had puppies. All of her puppies all looked just like Jelly. And I was just like, I got to get her. So I did. She's crazy. And what are you going to do? But it's funny because they were like, what is that? Fruit Dewdrop? I know I added an extra D or a do in there. Thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. But Yeah, we got her. They said she was 2. She's grown since we got her. So she had puppies when she was young. She started off as a young hoe bag. We'll put it that way. Didn't you, little girl? You got yourself in trouble, didn't you? Don't chew on my stand. Do not chew on my light stand. No. Yes, it's metal, but don't chew on the rubber. She's very bad. Yes, I love you. Lay down. I've told her that she'll always be like third or fourth favorite because nobody will ever take Jelly's place. She doesn't believe me. But today I was supposed to. The camera I'm using right now is going to put it down there. I was waiting for, Prime Day is going on right now. I ordered, oh my God. If you've tried to get a new webcam, it's been impossible. So I ordered a 4K webcam because, I mean, you can't find a C920 for under 150 bucks, which is stupid. You can't find the 922, 923, any of them for under 100 bucks. Thanks, RJ. Hopefully we'll catch you next time. And I wanted to get a new cam so I could put this one down there, have the puppy cam again. No, you can't. Fortunately, I mean, I've got mics. But, I mean, if one went up, you're screwed. So they had one that was an off-brand, but it had a shit ton of positive reviews, almost no negatives, in the thousands. I guess people have been desperate and they've been buying it, but it was cheaper than where they've been buying it. And I'm like, all right, I'll order it. I was supposed to be here today by 8 a.m. It's not here. And I still haven't gotten a notification. They're like, oh, we've had a problem with your delivery and all this kind of crap. So we'll see if we get it. That's going to be the big if. Here, let's see if they've sent me any new emails out saying, we found your camera. Nope. So they're saying by 1 p.m. I can cancel the order. I'm going to give it a day or two and see what happens. So it says, although it may still arrive, you can cancel your order for a refund. I'm going to wait. If it doesn't get here within the next week, then I'll cancel the order. But I've done that before, and like the next day, it ends up getting here. Oh my God. I have no idea who that call is, so we're going to hang up on that. Yeah, streaming gear, switches, everything. You can't get anything. So I saw Prime Day. I mean, even. Are you guys done barking? Even stuff like TVs, you haven't been able to get. So, I mean, I ordered I saw a 43-inch smart TV. But it came down like $150 for Prime Day. I ordered that to put in the bedroom. I ordered this camera, and then my son is kind of not living at home now. He went to, I told him not to go to. A friend of ours had a wedding this weekend, basically a super spreader event. And I knew it was going to be bad because the wife, the girlfriend, now wife, insisted on a large wedding. I knew the venue. It's a small venue. And in Texas, they consider it safe to have 10 people at a table as long as the tables are 6 feet apart. Well, 10 people sitting at a table is the opposite of safe, right? But Frank, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. I hope you're having an awesome day. So I told him, if you go, The advice I gave him is if you go, you walk in, people are not wearing masks, there's no social distancing going on, you should walk out. If you go and stay, you can't come back to the house for 2 weeks. So he's self quarantining at his girlfriend's apartment. That's kind of his. He's there half the time. So I saw that they had a instant pot on sale for Prime Day, so I ordered that and shipped it to him. So it makes it easier for him to cook. He can order the crap and just throw the stuff in the morning and have dinner. But you know, when he called me and he's like, yeah, I went in. Everybody at the ceremony, half the people weren't wearing masks. I said, yeah, I knew that was going to happen because you know, I met the girlfriend. She's talked about her family. I know exactly what they're going to do. And then he gets to the reception, and again, half the people aren't wearing masks. It's a buffet. He said, I just turned around and walked out. I wasn't going to eat there. And then, you know, the bride and groom were off by themselves at the moment. They went and said goodbye and they left. And I'm like, oh my God. I called him today. I'm like, or yesterday, or yeah, I said call him, but I just threw in the Discord, hey, get in Discord. Talk to him for about an hour. I'm like, you feeling okay? Like, yeah. I'm like, well, it can take 7 days for anything to be there. You might want to get tested after 7 days to make sure. And said, I'll see you in 2 weeks. You can't bring that home to your mom. So he's being good about it, but I'm not surprised, but I'm still amazed that there are people that pretend like this isn't a thing or you don't need to, you know, wear a mask. And I mean, if you understand, you're not wearing a mask so you don't get it. You're wearing it so that if you have it, you don't spread it. And a lot of people can be asymptomatic in spreading the thing. Um, and it just infuriates me that that happens. Did you find that video I was talking about, Violet? Was that awesome or what? Oh my God. So I'm going to experiment on this scrap metal pile. I have an idea. I'm not sure it's going to work, but let's experiment with this since it's not going to have the walls and everything. You have to look. It's 51 seconds. You're going to laugh your ass off. You're going to laugh your ass off and you're going to be like, I kind of expect it because you know where they are. I mean, I have friends that I went to school with, you know, went to college with in Maryland, and you know, they were from down around there. They didn't act like they were from down around there. You know what I mean? And they got the hell out when they could. So I know this is a rock face. Oh, you know what we forgot to do? Transition. That's important. Transition out, fade. All right, here. I'm going to find the link and I'll post it. Oh, this is so fucking wrong. But like I said, growing up in Maryland, I heard that accent and I'm like, I know where that's from. Here, we'll just put up the let's put the Daily Mail link up. And really, all you need to see is the title of this article. Yes, I am. Not all of them are terrifying. Quite a few are. I mean, they're not terrifying. I mean, I've got family that lives down there, and I mean, a large portion of family. And I talked to one of them because a lot of them, minus the swastika tattoos, are just like this chick in this video. I mean, there's a reason I am thrilled to live 1,300 miles away from them. You know, on Twitch, it's under RPG Dad. You can't miss it. But yeah, I saw that and I was just like, oh my fucking god. But the funny thing is, you know, your ex's dad and his wife are terrifying Dundalkians. Yeah. That's a lot of them. You know, I was, I was kidding with the wife, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, she's that chick is really skanky, but for Dundalk, she's probably a 7, which in from everywhere else in the world is like a hard 3. She just started laughing. Yeah, it all goes with them down there. It's like they populate the area. I think it's a rule you have to be in that mindset to live down there. Like I said, my friends that I went to college with that grew up there, they're nothing like that. What you have to do is just watch it and kind of laugh. Because, like I said, I just laughed because I'm like, yeah, I know people from there and they're just like that. I think we're going to swing around here one more time. Let's make a double layer. But the hilarious thing is, you know, you go on and you see people putting that up on Twitter, you know, all over the internet, and like, make sure that her boss, find out who they work for, and let's get them fired. And I knew right away. I'm like, there's no getting her fired. And my suspicions were confirmed when they found like she's a prostitute and a stripper. And I'm like, how do you get fired from that? I don't think you can. I don't think that's a possibility. Now we're going to do what we did. Remember what we did with the scatter tool? I have an idea. Do we find it under broken? Was it under clutter? It was this. That's the beauty of this too. We can look up used. So do that. Yeah, like, let's ruin her life. I'm like, oh, she's already done that. Nothing you can do can make it any worse. Oh, fuck. You know what we didn't do? All right. We're going to have to erase what we just did, even though it's perfect. So, and I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we're going to try. So my plan is we're going to create all of this, and I need it to be here. And then we're going to do something that is water, but color it so it looks metallic. And if it works, this should look like a pile of scrap. At least I'm hoping that my theory works. So let's take this trace image off. All right, we're going to do that. And this is why I wanted to experiment where it's only a scrap heap. We're going to do that. We'll do the scatter tool. We have this set up. We're going to put this also below water. And that's the thing with doing maps like this. There's a lot of experimentation to see if you can get what you want without having to go through the hassle of actually either creating a new asset or finding something that might work. So this is where the test goes. Let's pick, I think that's going to be a little too light. Let's go with this. Let's put this over top of this and let's see if this works. Might want to go a little bit lighter, but I just want to see if it looks kind of like it's a pile of stuff. I mean, right now it's got the undulation from the water, but I think we need to go with a lighter color too. Just cut this across. Now I think the thing is when this exports, because the undulation, everything's going to be gone, I think I'm going to export the JPEG. I want to see how this looks. The nice thing is, even though, you know, we've got this limited to like the last 50 items that we can pull off, I can, because this room is the way it is, I can always come in and pull that out. Now the other option too would be do this like this, throw the water on top, but I don't, you know, it's all going to fall underneath this stuff. So this is just a test. I was sitting there going, how am I going to do these scrap heaps? And then I was like, you know what, maybe this will work, maybe it won't. See, since the undulation is not going to carry over, I mean, that really does kind of look like a scrap heap. We could throw some more of that metal trash around here to make it look like it doesn't look like rock. Let's see if that makes a little bit of a difference. And I think what we're going to do is take the size down a little bit. And we're going to leave kind of the indication of those ledges. Like I said, I want to see what the PNG file looks like when it comes out. Because that's really what you end up with. You end up with a PNG file with all of this stuff on it. I guess eventually, you know, if Dungeon Draft implements it so you can export all this live motion, then this won't work. But because of how it's going to export, I think this is going to work. I think. Boy, that is a flaming mess right now. Let's do this. Save. Let's export. I really am curious. Awesome. We'll catch you next time. We're not going to export the VTT. Let's do the JPEG. Let's do the JPEG. 100% grid pixels. We want that at 100. That comes in at, see, it's 9,500 pixels. It's still a little bit too big, but we've got to do that. Export. Level 13. We'll just name this level 13 test. Let's pop. Tell you what, we're going to do this. And tell me what you think. So this is our metal scrap heap. I'll pop this up. No, actually, you can see it. Okay. No, you can't. So that's what the metal scrap heap looks like once you pull that out. I think it works. Resolution isn't bad. I think it works. We're going to go with that. See what the rest of the map is looking like. There's our trench. Trench looks pretty nice. More metal scrap heap over here. Tell you what, I'm not unhappy. I think it's working out well. We have the pools down there. We need to start adding the forges and stuff in here. And we know how we're going to build the all these scrap heaps. So it's a win right now. It's a win. Let's do an actual save here. Like I said, it's a shame we can't get it down to that 8100, but it's not going to work. This here is going to be another pile of scrap metal. Let's go ahead. We're going to look at 8. Pretty sure that this is forges, stuff like that. I just want to make sure that that is exactly what it is before we start building the rest of that room out. Smithy. Intense heat and thick smoke billow from 5 forges protruding from the cavern walls. That's what we need. And I'm pretty sure we have a forge. It's just not under forge. That's the problem. I always have a hard time finding the forge stuff. Maybe it's in building assets. Nope. Any stuff. Maybe dungeon. I think that's the only thing we really need added to this is text search. So I can type in forge and bam, there it is. That's not a thing. Trying to remember. Is it like tools? Or maybe we didn't import that asset group. That's possible. I think we didn't import that asset group. Maybe building assets. We have to save again. Reopen it. And if for some reason that didn't bring in the assets that we need, I know it's awful. All right, so that threw in fireplaces. Didn't throw in the forge. You know, I have forge assets. That's what's getting me right now. Blacksmith. These are supposed to be really big freaking forges. Big snap off. So they need that. That. All right. I think we're good there. Takes care of that room, I think. 5 forages. Fires illuminate the cave. Ooh, you know what? Let's throw some illumination in. Let there be light. The issue here is going to be the light up there. They need to add, you know, one other thing if they added it would be perfect, would be like an invisible wall. But that's not a thing in here. Because then you could put around here and the light would glow out and away instead of lighting all the way back. We'll let I feel like we need to just let that be illuminated inside of Foundry or whatever virtual tabletop is being used. So that's what we're going to do. All right, this is another, let's see what 7 is. We're relatively happy with our scrap pile. So this is Clamorsham Palace. 90-foot high ceiling, palace atop 20-foot high plateau of twisted scrap metal. Rises a rambling palace made of jagged metal plates, welded together. Circular iron doors are recessed in the walls. I have an idea for that too. I have an idea. First, let's make our scrap pile. We're going to do the same thing we did down there. Let's see, can we go this way? Nope. Gotta go this way. Let's do it. So it should. That was almost perfect, and then it got screwed up. Try it again. So we're going to take these last points. Double click. So that sets that up perfectly. Now we're going to do exactly what we did down there, with the exception we're going to leave back. Let's do this. We're going to put 3 colors in. Let's look at our hexes. And then we're going to do a really dark steel to do something to create those walls. I have an idea. I am hoping this will work. First we'll add, let's say 828383. Then we'll add 686969. Sounds like a fun color, doesn't it? Then we'll do 535454. Fuck. Making sure we didn't delete anything down there. Here, we did it perfectly the last time, and I forgot to do the correct layer for the path. That's no good. There we go. Now we'll go back to Scatter Tool. Select our colors. Those are the 3 we just created. And again, below water. And this is we're going to do as big as we can in the middle, as full as we can. Let's pull it down a little bit. I got a really weird idea for the walls. And if it works, then I think they'll look pretty cool. What are you snorting at? Give me a second. Somebody's telling me they need to go out. Yeah, I like using those big chunks in the middle because it'll do a little more fill. Give me a break for a minute, young man. He wants to go out and play. Do you need to go out? Don't jump on me. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. That's an exaggeration. About 30. Come on. Didn't even notice. Thought he got rambunctious. String broken. Knocked it down and pull that string off. Little kid guitar. I was teaching the boy to play when he was little. Puppies broke one of the strings. Back where it's safe, so I can poke with a string. Alright, so I'm going to zoom in here. Let's finish filling this in, because it's just a pile of scrap metal. Some of it's going to overlap into the other parts of the map. Are you still in here, Violet? Curious if you've watched on Amazon The Boys. You have? Oh man, I tell you what. One of the things that shows up like on my Fire Stick is Banshee, and I've never watched it, and I was like, I don't know if I want to watch it because The Boys has really made me hate that Anthony Starr guy, right? You know, there's some movies where you watch and the actor, because they did such a good job, you just fucking hate them. And it's like in The Boys, the guy that played Butcher's dad. You remember he was the fucking evil dad in Return of the King. You know, the one that threw his son on the fire and all that shit, and he ended up running off the edge of the fortress, burning. I mean, I've hated that guy ever since Lord of the Rings. And when I saw him on The Boys, I'm like, you know what? Still fucking hate that guy. And but yeah, Anthony Starr, he's so good at being a fucking asshole in in The Boys that I've kind of been like, I was on the fence watching Banshee because, you know, especially after, have you watched the whole season 2? Montana, how's it going? So tell me if you've watched all of season 2 already. Otherwise, I won't say what I'm going to say. We're trying to make, you finished it the other day. So, especially after that last scene where Homelander's standing on the roof, like jerking off over the city, saying, I can do whatever I want. I mean, that's one of those scenes where it's like, that solidifies, it's going to be really hard to watch that actor in anything else, right? So, you start watching Banshee, I'm like, I said to the wife, I don't know if I can watch this because I kind of hate this actor after you know his performance in The Boys. He obviously he's good at it, but you know he's the lead there. Yeah, I've got the door open. The dogs I've been letting run in and out. They're all going freaking crazy. The birds are involved because the dogs are outside barking. And all right, so this is a freaking mess. Let's do what we did before now. And we're going to put the water layer on top. Yeah, that was so bad at the end. And I'm like, I fucking hate that guy. And the wife's like, I don't know if I want to watch this. So we started watching it. Have you seen Banshee? It's almost like the same character. You know, you have a hard time liking the guy. I mean, there are things that he does. It's just like, man, that guy's. Has he ever played a role that he's not like totally fucked up? But yeah, we started watching that, and I'll end up watching it. But my God, it's like it's just another him being a Homelander in a different show, except not totally evil, just mostly evil. Yeah, it's on Cinemax. Basically, he's like a criminal, gets out of jail, goes to this town where his like old flame is because he's looking for her, and while he's there, a guy who's supposed to be there as the new sheriff is sitting there at the bar that he's sitting at talking to the guys. Some dirtbags come in, they kill the freaking new sheriff, and he takes his identity. So here's this asshole criminal who becomes, you know, the sheriff. And I mean, there's a lot of shit in there. It's like fucked up. So now I'm waiting for you know, it sucks that we have to wait on Twitch now for the jelly points. Our camera didn't come today. I'm very disappointed. Extremely disappointed. Now, this is my plan for this. See, we've got to build walls here. out of jagged scrap metal. So we're going to try and find... I think what I'm going to do is... I hear my phone going off. I took it out there with me. No, it's right here. I'm freaking mental. Give me 2 minutes. Gotta give Isis her pill, her let's not have a seizure pill, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. That's our 2 o'clock routine. Give Icy her pill. Fortunately, if we take her pill and put it in wet dog food, she just eats it. It used to be, you try to put it in cheese and they sit there and go, like picking a pit out of a cherry, spit the pill out and eat the cheese and stuff. But she likes the wet dog food, so I stick it in there, give her a big wad, she eats it, and she's like, I'm fine, I'm happy. Like, good. I'm glad you're happy. You're happy? I'm relatively happy. So, this is the question. Can we get this? Can we get this so that it... Well, that's flames from a statue trap. I didn't even pay attention to that. That's hilarious. It definitely looks like piles of metal. Yeah, the cheese never works. But I buy a couple of cases from Costco. I'll go there and I'll pick up, they have 2 kinds of wet food. They've got stew and then they've got the stuff that's kind of like, they call it pate. I call it paste. No matter what, it's freaking gross. But I'll pick that up and I just take a tablespoon, pull it out. She's got, some of the pills she has are massive, so and she doesn't even care. I'll take a tablespoon of the food, stuff that big ass pill in there, put it on a plate. She just sucks it up and she's like, this is awesome. Keep bringing it to me. All right, so now I'm wondering if this will work. Because what I need to do is put a wall down. What I really need is something metal. See if they have just like a fence. Metal fence, and then we can put some stuff down to make this wall look as crappy as it's supposed to look. Pretty bad when you're like, I need the wall to look really shitty. What's this look like? Nope, not it. And look, my lines have moved again. Do that every time. All right, that's fine. Yeah, she is. She is so happy. Now they're all mad at me now because like probably the last 4 days I had some brisket left, so I cut up into small pieces, put it in a container, and I was throwing like, I don't know, 5, 6 pieces into each one of their bowls because they're all picky. But if I do that, stir it in, they'll eat all of their regular dry dog food. If I don't do that, they look at me like I'm crazy and walk away. So I've probably spoiled them way too much. I mean, there's no probably. I have spoiled them way too much. But it's what we have to do. All right, so I just need something that looks like an iron fence. Thought there was one in here. What about this? All right, that's a small wall. We're going to see if this works. So let's use that wall. Put this on a snap to grid. We're going to come here. Let's undo that wall real quick. Start there. Come on, double click, damn it. Need this to kind of go like that. And the whole idea here is we're going to create this wall. And then we're going to throw metal on top of it so it looks, damn it, like what we, why is it doing this? What we need it to look like. And if we do this, we'll take care of line of sight. I feel like I need to do it this way too. If this works, all the worry that we've done about trying to make this inside wall zone look like scrap, what we're going to do inside of there, they're not even going to see it. The DM will be the only one that'll see that. But that's fine. That's why we kind of looked for the thinnest wall material we could find. I will. Hopefully we'll see you next time. You have a great night. I don't think we're going to get this thing done by this evening. Trying to get these so that they do block line of sight. Damn it. I'm gonna do some pork butt, make some barbecue tonight. But oddly enough, got up this morning, I'm like, you know what? I really don't feel like going out and doing some barbecue. Me saying I was not in the mood to make some fire and burn some meat, that's just crazy talk. But I think I'll do it tomorrow. Xmas, how's it going? We're just trying to make a map. Having to get creative with how we're going to create some of these walls per the description. So this should be a big ass iron door. Let's do this. Let's see if it works. And what I really want to do is cover these zones with something else so you can't see them. We just have that there to block line of sight. Alright, so that takes care of the iron doors. We're going to see if we can get creative and make this work now. So let's save. I don't think we'll be able to do this again. Let's find something else that we can size and make like some metallic rubble. And we need to find a colorable object. We're going to go with a single color. That was our goal when we got in here, was to leave either an ultra dark or a really light color that we can throw on top. Make it look like there is a pile of metal. An awful lot of work for a map I'm not even going to use myself. Tell you what. It's probably too dark. I think that'll work. I'm not sure this is going to be a great idea, but this is just supposed to be like piles of metallic rubble. It needs to be going over top of that, but that's fine. In fact, let's do this. We're going to overlap outside of this wall a little bit. I think that'll make up for the rough edging that they're supposed to see. And we had to get creative. We didn't really have anything that would match description. We didn't have like chunks of metal to put down. Kind of going with this. Sometimes you just got to get a little creative. Make this stuff work. And I'm hoping once we push this out to a flat map, that everything looks the way it should. We might need to test it real quick. Do a test save, see what it looks like. Let's do that. I really want to see what it looks like when it pushes out. Save, export. We're going to replace it, and then we'll pop it up on screen. Yeah, that's not working out how we wanted it to. I mean, that looks like a scrap pile there, and that's fine. We need to do something about these walls. Yeah, that's not cutting it. All right. I have a feeling this is going to screw up a lot of that. I'm going to get these walls off of here too. Damn it. We have so much stuff in here. Need that wall to highlight. Highlight, damn it. Come on. No, what I need is to have the scrap pile, which is fine, but then I need a pile of jagged walls here. I'm trying to figure out how to get that to work. And it's not making life easy. So I'm going to go in and there it is. I think the thing to do here is delete. Yeah, there we go. We'll go back in and redo the wall sections. Basically, trying to highlight the wall works fine unless you have a million objects sitting underneath of it, which I do because of the way I created the rubble heap. The rubble heap looks fine by itself, but I've got to get some way to make these walls look like walls. That are just stacked up metal. Know what I mean? That's the problem. I kind of knew, and we've gotten a lot of this map done so it looks good. I knew coming in that, oh shit, it just crashed. I was waiting for that to happen. Oh yeah, I do. It's going to be a little bit back before I started pulling those objects off. Oh, that's not the right map. I was wondering while it was pulling sets that shouldn't have been pulled. We already got rid of all that shit. There it is back. Alright, so this is what we'll do. Delete that. I have to do this and delete that section. I think what I'm going to end up doing, this is what we're going to do. It's going to be much easier to get the walls off if we simply clean that up a little bit and then redo it. Keep forgetting I have delete mapped to my drawing tablet. See, the darker patches, these things represent. Here, we'll read the description. And that's what I'm trying to reproduce, so it's being a wee bit difficult. So the walls are part of a palace, right? There's a twisted scrap metal plateau, which is what we're representing with that ridge, and then the jagged metal on there. And there's a palace made of jagged metal plates welded together with iron doors recessed in the walls. So what we need to do is get it so that we have the pile of scrap, and then we'll create this castle on top. And I'm thinking what I'm going to end up doing, I think I know what I'm going to do. We're going to not worry about it being this jagged metal castle up top. I think I'm going to actually use the building tool and have it so that the castle itself has real floors and walls. That's going to be the easiest to draw and make work. So let's pull all this off. I mean, to make that work, I'd have to actually create a brush to draw the walls. It would kind of represent the patches. So we're going to go ahead and let's set our scatter tool up again. We have the right thing. Let's do our colors, and let's start getting this in there again. You know what? I think we're going to make this even bigger. Oops. Every time I do this, the idea here is to make that kind of look melded together. So we're putting it under this. You can kind of see the undulation there. We created a water layer that's metallic colored. And then we're using the scatter tool to throw things under the water, and that way it'll merge together. It worked well down here where we did it, and we looked at the JPEG and everything it actually looks pretty decent. So I'm thinking we're going to do the same thing up here, and then we'll worry about building that castle up top. I'm not going to be able to do the representation exactly the way it says, and I'm fine with that. Like I said, the water layer kind of lets me make these metal chunks, which aren't even metal. This is flames that you are supposed to use if you're going to put a flame trap on the map. But I decided to go ahead and color them metallic, so it looks like a pile of metal there. And use the use that scatter tool. And it gives us close enough that, you know, the fact that we're using colors that are the hex codes for different metals, it kind of works out okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just supposed to be polymetal, so. And we even use the cliff tool, and by going over it with this, it kind of does the job. So I'm not going to complain. And like I said already, this is a map that I'm so annoyed. You weren't in here when I was saying it. My son asks me to do to do maps for him because he knows I sit here every Wednesday, and I'll come in, do random encounter maps, prep maps for my own campaign, and he's like, "Can you do level 13 for Dungeon of the Mad Mage for me?" Like, I'll do you one better. So I bought him the program that I'm using, so it's $20. Bought him the program and said, "Here, you can make level 13 for Dungeon of the Mad Mage." Do you think he did it? No. I decided, because this is a little bit of a weird map to make, even though I'm not that thrilled about doing it, it gives me a chance to come in here and see how we can get some of this weird stuff to be represented in the map so it looks like what it's supposed to look like. And right now he's staying at his girlfriend's apartment for 2 weeks because I told him he wasn't able to come back home until he's quarantined for 14 days because he basically went to a wedding that was, I knew it was going to be a super spreader event. Half the people refusing to wear masks, everybody being right in everybody's face, and a buffet for the meal with everybody not wearing masks. Fortunately, he was smart. He left when he saw the buffet. He sat in the back at the church, but it wasn't even a church. It was a wedding venue that I'm familiar with near me. And told him, "You're going to do that. Can't bring that shit home to your mom. So you're quarantined with your girlfriend for 2 weeks." So I mean, right now, because we used a water effect to create that, it kind of looks like water. I'll export this again. We'll pull the JPEG up. Open. So here's what the JPEG looks like. Zoom in on the scraps. And basically, I mean, I'm really happy with the trenches. They turned out really well. This does look like a pile of metal scraps. And then the only thing that we really can't do is the walls. So we're going to use the building tool and do it that way. Let's get that going. I mean, if we can get the walls at least metallic colored, it'll make a bit of difference. Let's see what we can do here. Now this, we're going to color this because this guy's like metal guy. Everything's going to be metal plates. Doors, it doesn't say anything about the floors. The walls, 10 feet thick, made out of loose scrap, piled between inner and outer bulwarks of welded metal. Fortress has no windows. Close examination reveals gaps in the walls that a tiny creature or a creature in gaseous form can navigate. We're not going to be able to create those gaps, but that's fine. All right, so let's look at our hex colors. The floor, we'll do that with 53, 54, 54. And then the walls, are there any thick-ass walls that we can use? Castle brick, no. What is this? Rock. Are we able to color that? I don't think we can. It pops out white. Let's take a look. That would work. But it's going to be bitchy with me. Watch. So it's throwing that underneath that water. All right, so let's take a look here. So we erase the water. You're going to let me do the building tool. Nope, that's all going to go underneath. What about this? So that'll work. Now, am I able to place a wall on top of that? Okay. So, I think I know what we need to do. This is going to be a real pain in the ass, too. I'm going to do that. We'll do the 53, 54, 54. Then, we're going to have to do this. Just back on so we can see where this building's going to be. Definitely made this more difficult than we planned to. But it'll work. Will this I gotta take snap off. All right, so these walls are 10 foot thick. We're going to place those on top of what we're doing here for the floor. And this is not going to be perfectly square, which I guess we'll be okay with. But let's say what. Ooh, so that's problematic there. So I believe what we're going to have to do is this. We're going to put our walls up, put the doors on the walls, then we'll draw the floors inside. And I think that is exactly the only way we'll be able to make this work. Who the fuck is calling?
Hello. This call is from yours attorney legal department. The very second you receive this message, you need to leave your work aside and dial a number.
Oh no.
The number is 972-793-82.
Yeah. I wonder how many people fall for that stupid shit. Ooh, solid G wall. Let's see what that wall looks like. So maybe if we can color that wall. Let's try the 2222. A little bit too dark, maybe. I think we're just going to have to do it like that. Yeah, exactly. Immediately get off. Drop your work. I mean, I've had the, you must immediately call. FBI agents are heading to your house. You did not pay your taxes. Call and give us a credit card to pay your taxes. No. Anything, since I always under file, you guys probably owe me money, so no. Is that what I used? I think it is. Yeah, it is. I was get a kick out of those calls. Problem is they prey on gullible people. You know, they're hoping to get a hold of somebody that the minute they hear some shit like that, they're gonna panic. Then they're going to call the number and get that number that's spoofing a local number and get some asshole in like Nigeria or something who's going to tell you to pay your legal fees that are due for something that, isn't a thing. I mean, I remember when my mom was alive, she got one of those calls, and first time calls me up panicking. I got this call. I'm like, yeah, it's a scam. How do you know? Because it's a scam. The IRS sends you mail, you don't take care of it, then they come and they bang on your door. That's how I know it's a scam. Let's take a look and see if we got all the walls up. I know this will work, and it won't look bad when we're done. The issue is you've got to get everything drawn in first, including your doors and all, because that pattern, once you paint it down, covers up everything from your trace image. So I think what I'm going to do for these columns, just create wall columns, and that'll do the trick. All right, so get everything? Nope. I've been audited 3 times. It's never been a big deal. Twice they owed me money, and once I owed them $4,000 because I missed something. So and they were very polite about it. No automated system ever called me. It was amazing. Some guy messaged me on this screen. They want to be my sugar daddy and give me $1,000 a week and ask for bank information and social. Yeah, good job. Fucking people, man. The capacity for people to do scummy things is incredible. We're going to go with that one. Nope, we're going to go with the dirty one. 68, 69, 69, because it's funny. All right, so for most of this, we can probably just do that. Snap the grid. Shit. I mean, that number's called me like half a dozen times today. They are desperate to talk to me. I had to figure a way around this. I wasn't able to do something up top to make the wall look jagged, so we just went with a wall, colored it like a dark gunmetal, creating some floors, and you know what? I think we're just going to live with that. And then because of what we're doing, I mean, you see it covers everything over so you can't see the trace image anymore. So I went ahead and I did the columns as walls. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It'll all block line of sight like it should. So I'm relatively not unhappy with it. You just have to remember the order you have to do this stuff in. I was going to put the floors down and then the walls, but then I wouldn't have known where the walls are. But this one tool is nice because it covers up everything. It floats underneath the walls. And it, it does its job. And you missed our stupid auto call trying to get me to call and give them money. I should have written down the number and called it and just harassed them on stream. I was bored one night and decided to, call one of those back. And I got some guy, I mean, he was definitely calling me from Nigeria, one of those places. And so I started getting into it with him, and he's like, "We're gonna come to your house and beat your door down." I said, "It's fucking Texas, dude. Everybody owns a gun, at least 5 guns, including me. Bring it on, baby." Nobody came knocking. Fucking assholes. That's supposed to erase. Is video frozen on your end, Violet? Let me take a look on here. Take a look. Oh, you know what? I had it on the JPEG image there. Old man brain fart. So this is now I can, and I've been punching this thing out, and I'm like, oh no, but I saw it. So we ended up putting our wall in because we just don't have anything that can basically do what this says it needs to do. We created our walls. Then we dropped the floor in just so that everything looks neat inside of here. And I think that takes care of making that section look okey doke. Let's take the trace image off. I mean, it's still going to look watery, but I mean, the map does not look bad. And once it's flattened out and exported, that'll look like a pile of scrap. Like the JPEG that was on my screen for a while. So now we have this section here, which I think is another scrap heap, and that's, if I remember right, let's see. Yeah, this one is going to be weird. So we're going to have basically two scrap heaps, right? Like right in there. Then we need an arch going across. How we're going to make that, I'm not sure. But we're going to give it a try. Actually, I know what we're going to do. So in this dungeon, everywhere you go, there are going to be these, which there's going to be one in here in another room. But there are going to be these. White Wolf, how's it going? There'll be arches that you can go through, and usually what I end up doing is using a tombstone that looks like it's metallic covered. I'll resize it, and I think I'm going to create two scrap piles, and then we'll do some really dark metal piled up right in here, right in here. And then we're going to put the tombstone across, and then we're going to do what we've been doing with the scrap across that and see how it looks. I think that's the idea. But I mean, as you can see, we've got, this is another scrap thing. I wonder what's in there. Let's take a look at that map for the description. Zone 5. How long have we been streaming today? Almost 5 hours. I put like 3 hours in last night on this. This is going to be like 10, 12 hours making this map. A map that I'm not going to use in my campaign. Like I said, I think what I'll end up doing, I hate the thought of this. But I might cut this map in half if I can find a zone where I can safely do that. I mean, seriously? Chop this map up. I guess you would have to go like across here maybe across here, and make that top and bottom. What I wish is my players that have problems with anything above 8,192 pixels would get a new computer. It's what they get for owning Macs from 2012. MacBooks. The one guy, Averill, I am using Dungeon Draft to remap. Here, I'll show you the map that Wizards provides. Remap level 13 of Dungeon of the Mad Mage. So this is the map that they provide. It's all black and white, looks like that. And this is what we're turning it into. You know, with the metal thing, the palace up there. I'll have to furnish it and all. The zone with the forges, as well as these trenches. So we're just making a better map to play with. And because I'm so overly picky with how it's going to end up looking, it's taking a lot longer than I expected. But it's fine. Maybe. I'm going to assume that all of this here is supposed to be scrap metal. Then it goes up to, it goes up and then has a big pile here that goes across for an arch. So I think we're going to do what we've done for the scrap metal in every other zone. Do that with these three colors. Averill or Avril, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome day, and I apologize for butchering your name. I always say I should probably change my screen name to the Name Butcher, because that's what I do. I just butcher names. Pretty bad. So we're going to do this. And I think this we can just maybe leave scrapped. Are the darks not popping? No, they're in there. Guess I just had that a little bit more opaque than normal. I just think it's hilarious that we end up using flames as our scrap pile. You know, I didn't have anything there that I was like, yeah, you know, that makes sense. That looks like a pile of metal. I had like a flame trap asset. I'm like, let's throw that down and see what it looks like. All right, so we've got that. Let's take a look. So that looks like a pile of scrap. And we're going to do what we've been doing. Create the rise using our path tool. I don't know why, but when I do the path tool, I always do the same thing and forget which direction to go in. Did we get it right this time? We actually got it right. Could mean the end of times. No, and you know what? We need to erase that. No, we don't. We're going to do it twice, and it'll work. Actually makes it look a little bit, made it look a little nicer. And sometimes you do that and the extra overlap looks nice. There we go. And then we will throw more stuff on top there for our water. You know what? I just screwed the pooch. And I remembered the second that I said what we needed to do is we have to throw that under the water layer. So the scrap heap on the ground we can leave like that. But everything we do inside that ring needs to be below water. That's going to go on top. So we were underwater already. Pay attention, Dad. Let me do something real quick. Let's do it so it's sitting on user layer 1, right? Let's do the water brush. See what happens. Should fill in the correct color. Yeah, that stuff doesn't go underneath. All right. We need to erase that water that we just put in too. That stuff will be fine there. Oh, I know what I need to do and make it work right. It'll be fine. That little smidge is probably going to fit where I need it. But we can make sure. So this will all be below water. So that'll be fine in there. Now we'll do our path tool again. Transition out, set to fade, we're good. Come on, I double clicked. Tell you what, let's check and see if Amazon is going to deliver my shit today. Now it's arriving today by 10 p.m. We might have the doggo cam up tomorrow. We'll see. Freaking Amazon. Oh, and I did that again, didn't I? Look. We can just undo that, fortunately. Path tool. Below water. Is this? I think I know what's going on here. Sterling Hassan, thank you for the like. Avril, thank you for the like. So I want to create this path so it does come out a little bit. Alright, so I think we need to rethink this one area. I think what I'm going to do, kill all of this. We're going to leave that circle there. And Sterling, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciated. Hope you are having an awesome day. This is what we're going to do. We've got that fixed. This is fine. We will get the other little ridge area done. I know what we'll do. Yeah. So we'll do the same thing we did over there. I'm gonna bring this kind of outside there, back in. All right, so that gives us these two zones. Next, we're not going to be as haphazard as we were. We'll use a scatter tool, do what we've been doing. Take it down smaller. Now we're going to set this all so that we have a big fat mess. Like I said, we'd figure this out. We'll figure this out. It's just a matter of getting this to work right. She's down there having a fit. It's kind of funny. Yes, I am laughing at you, little girl. All right, then do the water effect. That's the right one. We're gonna take this around here. Close that in. Close that in. Take the trace off. All right, so that looks like our pile of scrap metal. Now, I'm going to do this. We'll run the scatter tool one more time on layer 1. And we're going to put the pile of scrap in between, and so it goes out just a little bit around the outside of this. And then to make the other stuff work, I think we're going to we just need to kind of go around here. Thank you very much. You have a good evening. Let's bring this up a little bit. Kind of out there. Kind of around this way. All right. Let's have a look there. See if it looks nasty or not. All right. Then we need another layer up top. Call that user layer 2. This, I think we're going to limit to the 2 dark grays. That'll go on top of all this stuff. Look like it's piled up. And let's see if we can get this a little bit bigger. this over now. Now let's see if my tombstone idea works. Should I bring the crypts in? That's going to be the question. So how big can we scale this? We need that bigger. Actually, hold on. I have an idea. It's always an idea. Shadow off. Color it. Let's try. Oh, you know what? Get stupid. I think this is going to work. I can't color it? Wonder what that would do. Oh, that's on user layer 1, that's why. So we can put that there. Not 100% sold on this idea right now, but see what it does. Alright, so what we're going to do is take that wall off, we're going to put that pattern down, and then we're going to throw the scrap across. So the pattern can stay, we'll put the scrap across, and I think that'll take care of that. Let's take a look. Yeah, I think that's it. What do you think? They've gotten engaged? That's cool. Think that looks like an arch there? I think it does. I think that outline gives it the indication that it's an arch there. I think we got that. Now, are you hoping that you get a turn at that? I think that turned out a lot better than I thought it was going to. I mean, in this, there it doesn't look good, that it doesn't look bad. I think we just need to drop some more stuff over here. I think by doing some of the cheating we've been doing on this, you know, we've been able to get some halfway decent effects here. And you know what? Let's save and export and see what the JPEG looks like. Because, I mean, on the map, exactly what they're going to see is what the JPEG looks like. I mean, isn't that what a Patreon's for? Alright, so this is... That's what it looks like in the JPEG. It don't really take that big of a cut. If you get enough Patreon supporters, a little bit they take is minuscule. Alright, we're going to call that okay. I'm probably being too picky. I mean, I think my best scrap pile is probably over there. But it's because we didn't need to worry about the water. So that's that. That's the castle zone, which I'm pretty sure we're going to need to furnish. Your muse is fickle. And I'm always way too picky. I can't even count number of times I've started a portrait or something like that when I used to paint all the time, and I get pissed off, and I would cut the canvas up, throw it out, and start over. I was my mom flipped her shit. I guess I was about 15, and I was playing a concert. Playing with a symphony, but I was the piano soloist, and I made a mistake. Nobody heard it. Nobody knew it happened. I got pissed off, put the cover down over the keys, and walked the fuck off stage. She lost her shit. It was kind of funny. Tell you what, let's go to room 4. This looks like it might be easy. I say that, and then it's going to like describe all this shit that's in there. Cavern is charred from numerous fires and explosions. Broken remains of a Scaladar and smaller unidentifiable constructs litter the floor. Not visible from the cavern entrance is a gargantuan contraption made of wood, metals, and stone. It looms in the northeastern alcove. So that must be this thing right here, and that's something that... I mean, I've always been that way. I would lose my shit if I made mistakes. And I've mellowed out a little bit now that I've gotten older. Alright, we saved it again. So that's backed up. Scrap metal piles, they're just freaking awful. So we need... Basically, we're going to throw some scrap all through here. And then the DM would place that thing there. And it's crazy because, I mean, I played in bands and stuff. I never cared I made a mistake or whatever when I was, you know, doing stuff like that. But something like that, man, I would lose my shit. She started me, I guess I started playing piano when I was like 4. Then elementary school, I started playing violin and clarinet. Middle school, I added saxophone. Taught myself guitar. And, you know, by high school, I was playing all that stuff between playing in jazz band, stage band, all that stuff in high school, and going out and playing in metal bands and crap. On the weekends, playing gigs. My mom hated it because, you know, she like spent all that money for you to go to Peabody. I graduated from Peabody Conservatory when I was 18, and never did anything with music again after that because I fucking hated it because of her. But yeah, that's a whole nother story. But she was always just losing her shit because I was doing that stuff. Of course, you can't tell your mom, hey, I like playing in bands because of all the chicks. Was what it was. Alright, so we're not gonna... Oh, you know what? No, we're not. We don't need a fade coming out here because of the wall. She was, man. She was definitely a piece of work. This is one of those election years, too, that with all the shit going on, I would not have been able to talk to her. You know what? I need to redo that. This actually has like entrances here. Let's finish that zone and we're going to erase both of these. I think what we'll do is do like, let's read this just to make sure. There's a 40-foot high mountain of scrap, 10-foot diameter tunnels winding through it. So we will, what we'll do, we go there, to there, there. All right, that'll give us our little entryways. There. There. Yeah, definitely don't miss the daily fights with the. I don't want to start a fight, but yeah, get that phone call daily. Like, yeah, you do. Let's get it on. My wife was always like, just don't answer the phone. It was funny. What we'll do, because this has these pathways in here. You know what? I have an idea. We're going to be able to get most of these off. I have an idea. All right, so we're gonna draw these pathways in. Then we're gonna throw that stuff in there, and theoretically, the pathways should cover that stuff. And then I think right along here, we're gonna set a wall. And we'll use maybe that really thin metal wall, and that'll take care of the line of sight for in here. Or nope, tell you what, I have a better idea. have a better idea. So this zone, because of the way it's designed, not going to worry about the scrap pile. This is one scrap pile where it's actually going to have tunnels in there. I think what we'll do is this. Yeah, I know what we're going to do. So let's start with the building tool. We're going to build out this zone, and then the walls that we create from that, we'll build the ridge, and then we'll fill this space in with the stuff we've been doing. That should work well. Let's do that. So building tool. We want cave floor. I don't think we do. Okay, let's try the smart stone. Do that. And then for our wall, let's see what this A wall looks like. Is that even a wall? What's going on there? Now I'm confused because it should be a wall going in there. Try this. Alright, so I am curious why this wall is not existing. So that's working. About the building tool. So for some reason, this is deciding that the building tool is not going to function. Let's tell you what, let's save as and reopen and see if that fixes it. Could be a glitch. I'm not sure though. It's locking up. Hopefully she saved. But that's why. Come on. Draft. Kill the process. Try it again. At the very least, we were able to save. So we know that right here, where we were, right? There, it's working. What the hell? Smart stone. What did I say we were going to do? I think we won't go a little deeper than that. That's right, 69, 69. And then, do we decide with the wall? Concrete. Concrete, but we'll do... Oh! What the hell? Go here. So, why is that not working? You know what? I'm going to try something. Place a light source. Yep, there's no wall there. See, that's what it's acting like we don't have a wall. Oh, you know what? Wondering if this is a problem. Maybe it's getting angry because I messed with the assets after I started it. See, the minute that wall creates, it's killing my walls. Shouldn't be doing that. Didn't kill my walls down there. Alright, looks like we're going to have to do what we did before. That's okay. What this curb wall looks like. So that's what we'll do. The solid A wall, we'll do it in metal again. That'll be that. Death God, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. Let's remove snap. Start building our walls. So this interior wall should all connect. I think the only way the cave tool and the building tool can work together is if, let's say this section was a cave and this section was building, split it half and half, then they'll work together and you'll be able to do the walls. But trying to put walls inside where I've done the cave tool, I don't think that's going to work. That's all the zones. Now, let's see if this works. It's not a lot of time wasted if it doesn't. What happened to the cliff tool I was using? Somehow I think the buildings and structures and adding that in messed with it. That's weird. Yeah, I must have pulled the wrong thing off. Okay. I see you're like an obscene phone caller. Get down! Come on. Stop jerking my chair. We want to jerk your chair, Dad. There we go. Now we need to throw something up here that kills line of sight. And I think I know what we can do there. It's not going to be pretty, but it'll be functional. Nope. See, they mess with you, making these things look super thin. I think if we run this wall right along here, that'll kill their line of sight. And that's what you want. If they're down on the ground anyway, they can't really see up the top. Tessa is full of herself today. We want to run this outside of this wall. There. You have to check the time too. So let's take a look. We're going to place a light source or test with the light tool. See, they won't be able to see up top. And then once they're inside, so that's what the player would be able to see. Out here, it doesn't matter. They can see that. As long as they're not able to see inside, we're good to go. seal that off. A little light leak. Now let's so we can do what we've been doing. Just have to be a little more cautious with it. Not let it go inside here. Always leaves at default, and I keep forgetting to take it off, and we always forget to do this. What are we looking at time-wise? Figure I can go for another 40 minutes. I gotta take care of my dinner, the dog's dinner, get ready to run my D&D game tonight. I don't think we'll have this map done in 40 minutes, though. A little bit of overflow from the debris is fine. And this is tunnels cut into this debris. In fact, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Throw some random debris on the floor when we're done. What? That's all you two want to do is play. Crazy. Stop bumping me. Oh, you're playing with Thor? You never play with Thor. Thor's like Rudolph. They don't let him play in their reindeer games. They're mean that way. Or Thor. It's funny, he goes out there and barks at him. He's like, I want to play. Loki and Tessa are like, no. You're the odd man. You're the odd corgi man out. We're the cool kids. You can't play. They're kind of dicks that way. Alright, and then this outside. I want to take a look at something. Yeah, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna redo that either. So let's go ahead and do this. That turns that into scrap. Take a look at something. You want to stop digging? I think you should stop digging. She doesn't agree. Now expected tomorrow by 8 a.m. They keep changing the time on this delivery for my camera. Fucking crazy. Tessa! Oh my God. Everybody, if they saw you, would think, oh, she's so cute. Stop digging. She's laying on her side, digging and basically spinning in circles like a top. You're a fucking idiot, Tessa. You know what Jelly never did? That. Because Jelly was perfect. doesn't like being compared. She left. I swear the times when I think she knows what I'm saying, because I'll compare her and say Jelly was much better than you are, and she gets up and leaves. I don't even know Jelly. PUBG Amet. Thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. I will look in a second. And Turkish Trap. Thank you for the follow. Also greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. So we get that all meddled in? We did. You know what? I think we're going to leave that section like that. I am fine with that. I can live with that. I feel like I'm coming down to crunch time now. Got the last pile of scrap metal, please. Thank you. We've done those rooms. I'm just checking if there's... see, scrap metal Warren. That is what? 5 or zone 5. What up? What up, my fucking trees? I gotta redo them. Zone 6, back tunnel. Line against walls, 20-foot high tunnel. Corpses of 10 hobgoblins. What corpses do we have here that we could use? Can't throw horses in there. Close enough. So let's see. Corpse. Hobgoblin. We'll give a slight variant. Slightly taller. Slightly shorter. Oh. And they need to be... You need to shut up. There's 10 of them. We're gonna bloody the fuck out of them. Stop. You're bad. Get the... oh my god. Get the fuck down. No. Go to you. Let's see. Close enough. Glamoursham Palace, we've done that. Well, that's zone 5. We had our trees over here. I'm not happy about this. We're doing another save just to make the freaking hell sure. And has the fire, that has the 2 things of molten metal. That zone is done. That's done. You know what? I didn't think we were going to freaking finish this, but I think it's done. Let's double check what 2 B and C are. Cavern died with remains of broken machines in C. Scrap metal barricades. Alright, so we need a little more scrap in here. We can do that. Tell you what, we're using the hell out of this scrap. You can tell he's got that chihuahua in him. Oh, stop. No, I don't want to become famous. I want to be infamous. Does that answer your question? And then this we need to make kind of a barricade, so I think we want to take it down smaller, right? Make it kind of like a horseshoe. Or an arc, I should say. There we go. Got a barricade there. That's B, C. What else do we need? That is the arch gate. think we're done. No, we didn't. We didn't furnish this. I need the actual map up in the background so I can see what rooms are what. All right, so 7A. Table made of welded scrap metal. Oh my god. So there's a table in here. I'm not going to worry about making it a scrap metal table. There will be a table though. We might be able to, yeah, these are colorable. So how big this will be. Why is that not coloring? So that's a metallic colored table. Get a little smaller, don't we? Oh shit. All right. Put the table back on there. It's fine there. Needs to be right here. Description. Covers scavenge bits of broken machinery and scraps of food. Throw some food in there. Close enough. Oh, God! Get the fuck out! She just came in and peed in my room. Oh, my God. ISIS, outside. That's the oldest dog. Thank God there's no camera right now. Walks in, she's like, I'm peeing. And we're back. All right, so now we go to 7B. That's our living quarters. This is middle of the floor, a giant badger chewing on a stuffed toy. Let's see, there's an unmade bed. Let's find beds. Put that there. A drafting table. Don't think we have a drafting table. Let's see if we have. Oh my God. Let me see if that's my delivery. I am sorry. Alright, unmade bed. We're going to look at desks, right? It's driving me nuts. There's no one at the front door, so I don't know what they're going batshit for. Just keep that up. And then we'll see if there's anything happening. Anything we can use as a drafting table. You know what? Desk. There's a nasty looking privy, so a toilet. And what else does it say? Modest kitchenette. That there. That. Excuse me. All right. They were just out. We're getting real close to having this done. We need an arch over here. This is what we were talking about before. Scale this up. Has that arch look. Big snap off. And stick this in the wall. That's one of the arch gates. Be a safe. I don't think we have that. But let's see. I don't see anything that says safe. Let's look at storage. I don't really see a safe. We can do an iron chest or something, maybe. They just went out. Yep, because ISIS came in here and peed on the floor. ISIS. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I got it. All right, and then 7C. Okay, let's find 7C. That's here. So there should be a table in here. What does it describe it as? Guess we need to go back to colorable. This needs stuff again. And then we need paper thrown on the floor. With that, illustration. Let me finish up. And I think that's the end of it. Smithy's done. Metal pools. Resting cave. Hobgoblin base camp. Southern forest. That level's done. I didn't think we were going to finish this. Now I think we did fuck up a little bit because things are a little oversized, but I'm not gonna make any changes to it. I didn't think about that when I put this in here. All right, let's take the trace image off, see what it looks like. So here's this. Workroom. Smithy area. There's that. Ballista. Arch bridge. That. Cave zone. Dead bodies. Broken forest. And that. I can't believe we finished. Alright. Save one more time. Make sure it's done. Let's start exporting. Export. JPEG. 100 pixels. It'll be usable. We're just going to call level 13 Mad Mage. PNG, same settings. I was hoping to finish off our random encounter map we were working on. Considering the amount of work this was, we'll take it. All right, and I think we're going to call that a day. I think it's coming up on 5. Yep, it's 5:03. Finished right when I said. Got lucky as hell we did. All right, so tomorrow we'll be back doing some, it crashed. Did it get that export done? I don't think it did. We're going to make sure. That's the last thing that we did there, so we know that's good. Export 100. That's the important file too, the virtual tabletop file. See if it crashes again. Alright, it worked. I was gonna freak if it wouldn't save the file. Tessa! Alright, so we'll be back on tomorrow playing more Dragon Age Inquisition. We're gonna get that damn thing done, and we're gonna hit every zone that there is. Let's take a look at I'm gonna look at the, is this the JPEG or PNG? Let's look at the PNG file. So this is what she looks like. So that's our map on top of the scrap heap. That Archgate. Is that does that actually extend out that far? Yeah, it does. I didn't think I did that. Okay. We can edit that wall. Save. I think everything else is fine. That's why we're going through and taking a look. Those walls, all dead bodies. Here. Looking at trees, that stuff. I think we're good. And I tell you what, if they're not happy with the map, it's free, then that's what I say. So I'll redo the export, get rid of that one little wall snafu. But we're done. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have the dog camera up. We'll see what we get. Everybody have an awesome evening. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll catch you next time.